than you think. Ugh. Hey, Spider. Let's watch this.
For the 11 o'clock show, literally outside the window of the pub and having a whale of a time.
Yeah.
And a show I loved and which, has rightly gone down in TV history. But I remember thinking, and you looked so comfortable and confident, and I did honestly think, a little bit of me thought, I could do that.
Yeah.
I could do something. How's he ended up doing all that? So you had pretty much an amazing job.
Yeah, it did.
While you were still in short trousers.
I did, but I mean, I got the 11 o'clock show, I guess, when I was 25, because it's the 20th anniversary next year. Yeah, and we're all going to get together and have a party. No, we're not. I don't see those guys. But the whole time I was doing that show, I was waiting, and this is a really common thing, and I've had this most of my career. I was waiting for the tap on the shoulder saying, I'm really sorry, we've got the wrong person. Yes. You haven't got a clue what you're doing. And I may have looked confident. I was filled with terror. I was filled with absolute terror doing that whole thing completely out of my depth.
How did it happen? How did you...
I was doing stand-up comedy, but I was never very good at stand-up comedy.
Are you sure?
Yeah, definitely.
No, I know you're sure you were doing stand-up comedy.
Yes, I was stood there holding a microphone.
Are you sure you weren't any good?
Oh, no, I was terrible.
I never know with you how much of it is, because what would I call it? I don't want to say insecurity, but you've just described insecurity.
No, I was really hit and miss. Okay. I would get like one hit out of every 20 gigs, which is not a great ratio.
No.
For,
quite soul destroying. And again, an odd thing to do if you've got esteemish self-esteem.
Well, I wanted to be an actor, but I couldn't get any acting work. So the thing was, you go and be a stand-up comedian, and you stand there, and it was horrendous. And through doing that, I ended up on a local radio station in Milton Keynes FM 103 Horizon, working with some really cool people. Yeah. But I was Ian in Black Thunder. Ian McCartney was the name they gave me, because there was another woman there who had the surname Lee, and you couldn't have two people with the same surname. And I was Ian in Black Thunder, which was this black Jeep, and 2 or 3 times during the breakfast show, they said, let's find out what Ian in Black Thunder is up to. And I'd be outside the shopping centre in Milton Keynes, bribing people to come on the radio and not swear and not...
So there was a real Jeep?
It was a real Jeep. I kept crashing it. I can't drive big vehicles. I drive a Polo now, and I can't drive...
I'm going to take you back again. How did you get that job?
I had an agent who just put me up for it. He just can't...
This was after drama school. You did drama at Middlesex?
I did performing arts.
At Middlesex? At
Middlesex University. And
it's a good course. And a proper degree.
I've got a 2-1 in jumping on a table and singing, and Arto. And
to have an agent out of that, there was only 2 or 3 people in your year who came out of that course with an agent.
I'm
policing the self-deprecation. For
no,
this
and I'm going to be I'm going to be really straight with you. And the self-deprecation is going to be a minimum. This agent, I'm going to be careful. He didn't really want to represent me. Because I kept saying to him, will you represent me? And he said no. He had people like Mackenzie Crook was one of his.
Right.
And...
he was on the same course as you?
No. We met doing stand-up.
Right, you are.
So this is Mackenzie before he got famous.
Never. Yeah.
And he was representing Mackenzie, and I kept saying to this agent, will you represent me? And he said, I don't think you're ready. And then somehow he got me this job on this radio show.
I see.
But I was there for 6 months and I hated it. Soul-destroying, I couldn't do it. I wanted to be kind of arch and psychedelic and surreal.
What did you hate about it? Going up to people who didn't want to talk to you and having to... Because that's a bit like being a gossip columnist at a party. And then going up to someone who doesn't really want to talk to you. Yeah. And some people are brilliant at it.
Oh, I hated it. I hated doing the Vox Pops on the 11 o'clock show. My favourite part of it, but it's that thing of going up to 100 people a day. Hi, can I? No, fuck off. A couple of people punching at me. So I left this radio show after 6 months, and on the last week I was there, fax came through from Talkback Productions saying, we are making a satirical comedy show for Channel 4. We want to see comedians and DJs and presenters and actors and everyone. And someone handed it to me almost on the last day saying, oh, this might be good for you. And I gave it to this agent. He said, no, I don't think you're right for it. I said, no, I really want to go for this one. And he said, no, I don't think you're right for it. So I'm not going to, honestly, trust me, your thing will come and it's not this.
Yeah.
And so I put myself up for it. And I was skint. I had moved back to my mum's house. I was really badly in debt. And I thought, this is going to be the last audition, last thing I go for. And if it doesn't work, I'm going to go and get a proper job.
Seriously?
And I went in and I got it. That was the 11 o'clock show, and I got...
What did you do at the audition? How did it work?
I can remember. I had to turn up in a suit, and I thought the suit was my only suit, and I thought it was a really smart suit. But everyone was laughing at the suit, going, "That's a brilliant suit." I was thinking, "What do you mean?" And eventually, I found out that it was too big. I looked like David Byrne in Stop Making Sense, and so they thought I'd come in a deliberately comedy suit as a bold move. And we had to go out on the street and vox pop people, and I just sort of silly and stupid and dumb. And the guy that shot it said, "Well, I don't think that went very well, but thanks very much for your time."
Seriously?
Yeah. A guy called Andrew Newman, who now is quite high up in BAFTA. Yeah, he said, "No, I don't think that was right, but thanks." I was like, "Oh well," and then. A gentleman who's now dead, a brilliant producer called Harry Thompson.
Yes, of course.
Saw it, and he phoned me up and he said, "Actually, I think there's something here." And I didn't really know who Harry Thompson was. You look him up, he's a legend.
Absolutely.
And he invited me in to just come in and make some silly films. And it all seemed to be a series of coincidences and luck and a little bit of chutzpah. So I was kind of initially brought in to make these silly vox pops. I was going to do 2 vox pops a week. The show went out 3 nights a week. And they secured me quite early on. I think I may have been the first booking that they had. And they wanted 3 hosts, and they got Fred Macaulay. And I sat in on all the auditions, and they saw everybody. You think of a comedian that was around in the late 90s, and they saw them. Mitch Benn, Dom Jolly, all these people were seen. Yeah. They settled on Fred Macaulay and Brendan Burns.
Yeah.
And they couldn't find, the week before, it was Wednesday, and the series was starting the next Tuesday, and they still hadn't found a third person. And I went, "Do you know what? I think I could do that." And they all sort of looked at each other and went, "Do you know what? We've got nothing to lose. Okay, fine." And that was it. And that's how I got the presenting job on it. It's crazy.
It is a bit, and it highlights how near and far everything is.
Oh God, everything's down to luck.
Almost everything. You can't be a complete.
There's a little bit of skill, although my skill was at a minimum then, and that, again, not self-deprecation.
Sure.
There was a tiny bit of skill, but it was primarily luck. It is that thing of being in the right place at the right time. And as I've got older, I've discovered you can kind of make those moments work a little bit better by recognizing that you're in the right place at the right time and kind of grabbing it.
Yes.
When I was younger, it was luck. It was just being there. But as I've got older, I've kind of sensed opportunity and tried to grab it a bit more. Like The Jungle, like the talk radio show was me walking in and pretending I'm someone who's good in meetings. And I went in and I said, "I hear you're starting this station. You need me to do your late night show." And I'm dying. I can't believe you're saying this.
No.
And I said, "You need me to do your late night show because I'll bring this and this to it." And this was when I was still working at BBC Three Counties, and I thought I had a secure job, so I didn't need it. And
which possibly gave you a bit more.
Yeah.
Umpar.
Yeah, definitely, because I already had a job. So this was, I wanted this talk radio. I wanted to do a late night show, but I didn't need it because I had a, decent breakfast gig on a local radio station. So I went in and I could just sense that there was an energy, and I grabbed it.
Do you think everybody else is good at meetings?
Yeah.
I'm not sure they are.
Really?
Yeah, I think everyone's waiting. Almost everyone, except a kind of Donald Trump type figure, is waiting for the tap on the shoulder.
But you're not. Are you saying that you feel that?
Possibly in the last couple of years, I felt that I might have a career that will last until retirement.
Yeah.
For the very first time.
Isn't that funny?
Yeah.
I think people will find that really interesting because Well, people think people thought before I went in the jungle that I was very confident, and I kind of, blew that one. But you come across as being very confident in your broadcasting, and
you have to, don't you? But I'm like you.
Yeah.
I've been in rooms where I'm supposed to be selling myself, and I've wanted to die inside.
Yeah.
I've wanted to crawl out of those. What am I doing here? This is ridiculous.
Isn't that funny?
And also the waiting for everything to be found out.
Yeah.
It's called imposter syndrome, I think.
Is it? It's got a name, has it?
I think so. And lots of people who've done this podcast of the two things that seem to unite almost all the guests we've had are actually mental health is quite a big theme running through all of the talks as well. But initially serendipity, the people who you have someone like Armando Iannucci sitting here, who's got talent coming out of every pore, and he says none of it would have happened without luck. Yeah. With him, it was local radio in Scotland, being in the right place at the right time and being moved into stuff like that, and also the consciousness that it could all be taken away at any moment. It's not,
really?
Yes, really.
Isn't that funny? I was reminded of how brilliant he is. But when that wonderful over Christmas there was that Alan Partridge documentary. Oh God, wasn't it funny, man? Yeah. Wasn't it funny?
The best ever. But if you should listen to the podcast he did here, because it comes. I mean, it's so organic, and like you just described, the aligning of the planets, being in the room at the time and saying, I think when I had my face pressed up against the window, I thought everyone had a master plan. Yeah, and you sound as if you still do think that sometimes.
Oh, I do. I'm just bumbling around.
Yes. I suspect most of us are.
But there is an element of luck to Chris, because I know people that are way more talented than me, and it's just never happened. It's just they've just not been in the right place.
And you mentioned all the people that were seen for the 11 o'clock show, some of whose careers might have gone on to do great guns, some of whose careers won't have done, none of whom would recognise the hierarchy as defined by what that one audition, it's who you're sitting next to, it's the mood that the producer's in.
But then for a long time after the 11 o'clock show, when it ended...
So it was about 2 years it ran for.
It ran for 2 years. I think I did 4 series, and then there was a 5th one that I got caught up in the whole ego thing of it, because you go from signing on and being skinned to being paid a lot of money, thousands of pounds, and people telling you you're brilliant, you're brilliant, and that it's that weird thing of that coupled with the insecurity, coupled with drinking and probably taking drugs and stuff that weren't particularly good for my head. I walked out of the last series of the 11 o'clock show 5 days before it started. Terrible behaviour. Really awful behaviour, because the last series, everyone left, and it was a completely new production team. I was the only person that stayed. And I shouldn't have done. And we did a pilot for it on a Thursday, and the show was going to start on the Tuesday. And the pilot I didn't think was good enough. And I was terrified, and I just walked out. I walked out and I let down. Awful behaviour, awful. And I let down, 100 people, and they had to fight. In the end, John Holmes got stepped in at the last minute. Awful behaviour. I'm terribly ashamed of it, and it buggered up my career.
But you were a kid.
I was
in
a
your
kid.
defence.
Yeah, but it was still. I had kind of these things that I had when I was young called principles.
Yes, of course.
And I thought this comedy is beneath me.
Yes,
this is a guy that used to go up to people in the street and get them to eat meat and tell them it had Princess Diana DNA in it. And I'm going, this is beneath me. And it was kind of arrogance. There's a paradox, and a lot of drug users and drinkers have it. The paradox of this arrogance of thinking I'm the greatest person in the world, but also coupled with the self-loathing and the low self-esteem of thinking I'm a worthless piece of shit. And the two create this kind of tension where it becomes unworkable.
And it also is probably the heart of a lot of creativity, isn't
I think
that,
so.
The tension between those two things. The word that popped into my mind then when you were talking was gratitude. So now you're very grateful for what's happened. You're grateful for what you've got. You were grateful even when you were doing the show on 3 counties. You were grateful for it.
Very grateful.
Because we know what it's like to contemplate oblivion. We know what it's like to think, Christ, what am I going to do? I'm going to have to get an Uber license or something like that if the phone doesn't ring soon.
But there
was no gratitude back then, because it had landed in your lap.
There was no gratitude then, and that went on for a while. And there was also a lot of confusion, because the 11 o'clock show launched, Ricky Gervais and Mackenzie was on it, and Daisy went off to have a big career, and Ali G, all these people. And I was the one that was being touted as I remember having a meeting with the head of Channel 4, and the phrase "the next Graham Norton" was kind of spoken about me. And then when it didn't happen, partly through self-sabotage, partly through that fear and arrogance combined, partly through not sensing the opportunities and the luck, partly not following the luck. I had a lot of resentment.
I'm sure.
Directed at Gervais and Sacha Baron Cohen primarily, because they went off to Hollywood to make movies, and I was thinking, well, hang on a minute, that was my game plan, that was my career. Those bastards have stolen my career. So for years, I had this real resentment and anger towards.
It's an incredible situation you describe, because it's not like the two people that you worked with who were junior members of the team that you were head of went off to do a bit better.
Yeah.
You went into borderline oblivion.
Yeah.
And they went off to be two of the biggest stars on the planet.
In the world. Isn't that incredible?
It's almost, if it was a script, they might give it back and say, just, look, maybe make them big TV stars in Britain.
Make one of them a star. But
not
no,
actual
two of the biggest,
slaying Hollywood within a decade of the 11 o'clock.
And I was constantly reminded of it.
Because
they were on telly all the time.
It
was awful.
I can't watch that. Anxiety is through the roof today. Through the roof. It ain't gonna work. Why are you hiding in there? Oh, Twitch Stats is there, but it's not working. Maybe there's a problem there. I'm quiet because I'm whispering. Fuck. I'm whispering! Is that louder if I do it, if I talk normally? I'm whispering. Sorry, I snapped. I didn't mean to snap. I feel like shit. So to cheer us all up, we're not going to watch this. We're not going to look at former glories. I just don't see how this is going to work. If I do this, you won't be able to hear it. So this is you're going to hear it, but you're not going to hear it great.
12 working days, well, that's that.
You can hear that, right?
What happens? Fill in a postal vote application form, return the form to electoral office.
I'm going to go and get some coffee
details, more information,
pray.
blah, blah. Don't return your form to the commission, that's fair enough. If you're not already registered to vote, you must register before applying. The deadline to register vote is that. And policy statement, doesn't even say it there, for crikey's sake. I don't know the deadline. I could find out if I had more time, but I don't. There is for them to say you're not.
That's that, Dory. I was an I'm a celeb. I had a beard. I'm going to brush my teeth.
Time, because everybody in England that is entitled to vote is entitled to vote by post.
Well, what they did then was that they sent me the card, the polling card, through the door,
Yes.
and
Yes.
I got that. But I'd applied for a postal vote, but they said I wasn't entitled to it, and I did it twice.
We've had that conversation.
Yeah, so I did it twice, and they said, well, you're not entitled to do it. They sent me the card that, that you take to, you don't even need to take it to the
No, you don't.
voting.
Well, the reason, even if you'd been granted a postal vote, they would still send you the card, because you are entitled on the day of the election. If you choose to not send in your postal vote, you can still vote live, as it were. Doesn't work the other way. You can't decide on the day that you're going to have a postal vote, but you don't have to use your postal vote. You can still vote. Even if you've applied and been granted a postal vote, you can still vote live at the place.
Well, wouldn't you think that in this day and age, with internet and things like that, that we could do it online?
Well, that's been tried. A few years back, they tried a number of different ways of voting, including voting by computer. Now, they didn't do it in people's homes. What they did, because it was an experiment to find out how good it was, and they had computers in various places, supermarkets even, and other places where the public gather, in certain constituencies, and people were allowed to vote in that way by computer, and it was remarkably unsatisfactory, was what they said, so they never bothered doing it again.
But wouldn't you think that nowadays that most people, and I'm saying most people, have like a mobile phone or some type of computer that they could do it in that way, you know?
Vote. And do you know how much fraud there is on the internet?
Oh, I know there's lots of it. Yes, I've been getting.
So do we want? So do we want to hand over our electoral system to something that is awash with fraud?
No, I'm not saying that, but also
that's exactly. I mean, I don't want to be rude, but that is exactly what you did just say.
Well, okay then. Also, the places where the polling stations are miles away from your home. So,
well, not if you live next door, they're not.
Oh no, exactly. But,
well, not everybody can live next door. They've got to have them somewhere. Wherever they have them, they're further away from somebody else. It's inevitable. It's kind of worked quite well for decades. Well, do you?
Yeah, I understand that, but not you'll never get 100% people going for.
No, you won't.
Put the cross on.
Well, I say again that it is what it is. You applied for your vote by post and you were told you're not eligible. I'm trying to find out even now whether that was because of the time, but there isn't an issue about eligibility other than not having time to organise it.
Well, that was my question, because I tried so that I could.
That was my question.
We've had we're going round in circles. We've had this conversation a number of times.
Yeah.
And you've got your answer from the authorities. I don't know the reason for that. It might be, seems like a good idea, it might be worth asking them. But at the moment, I don't know. But there is no criteria, other than your right to vote, there's no criteria that prevents you from applying for a postal vote and presumably being granted one.
Well, what will happen? I will try again and then see what happens for the next time.
Indeed, please do. And in the meantime, despite the fact that it may be miles away from you, you have the opportunity to vote. But the computer one, as I say, didn't work. But good to hear from you. 0800 218 2255. Has anybody else had a problem getting a vote by post? Anyone at all? I'd love to hear it, because it's supposed to be easy peasy. Turns out for him, it wasn't.
At midnight with the BBC News, I'm Sophie Yardley. Manchester City have made history tonight. They've reached the final of the Champions League for the first time.
Gives it back to Phil Foden, puts it across the face and goal! And Manchester City are going to Istanbul! It's Riyad Mahrez again! Manchester City lead 2-0, 4-1 on aggregate.
That's Mike Maine commentating for BBC Radio Manchester. 2 goals from Riyad Mahrez sent City to their first European final in 51 years. Campaigners have written to Boris Johnson warning that child marriage is an invisible but thriving issue in the UK. Charities including Barnardo's say it contributes to sexual violence, domestic abuse and lower levels of education for girls. A jury's heard that former Aston Villa footballer Dalian Atkinson died after a police officer tasered him for over 30 seconds and kicked him in the head so hard it left an imprint. PC Benjamin Monk denies murder. Detectives have launched a murder investigation after a 15-year-old boy was fatally stabbed in Bolton early yesterday morning. The teenager, who's been named locally as Reese Tansey, knocked on the door of a nearby house to ask for help after he was attacked.
He's in my farm. We knew each other. I've come out with him once or twice, just playing football and everything. But he was a good kid.
It was tragic when we heard the news. Everyone was just quiet, and I don't think anyone was in the mood today in school.
Madeleine McCann's parents say they're hanging on to the hope of seeing her again as they prepare to mark her 18th birthday. Kate and Jerry McCann said they still need to know what happened to her. Madeleine disappeared on the 3rd of May 2007, shortly before her 4th birthday on the 12th. Hundreds of items from the original Star Wars have been auctioned off, with part of the £400,000 proceeds making a difference to Alzheimer's research.
We have broken so many in-house records already. Within 24 hours of that catalogue going online, we had over 800 bids. We've had thousands upon thousands of pounds worth of bids left. Interest from all over the world.
That's Andy Stowe from the East Bristol auction house, which was selling the memorabilia previously owned by Darth Vader actor David Prowse, who died in November. A signed photo of Mark Hamill sold for $15,000, and a rehearsal script for The Empire Strikes Back went for $23,000. And a runner's had to abandon her world record attempt this evening to run every one of Cumbria's Wainwright Peaks in 6 days. Sabrina Verjee had already completed the 325-mile route once, but didn't break the record due to a knee injury. This time, she was thwarted by atrocious weather. That's the latest. It's 3 minutes past 12.
Alan Bezick's late night phone in.
0800 218 2255.
BBC Radio Manchester.
And BBC Radio Lancashire.
Well, into the final hour. If you wish to join us, you may. The telephone number is 0800 218 2255, and you can talk about absolutely anything. And that's it, really. I said "and" as if I was going to say something else, and then realised, no, I'm not, because that's it. That is what you can talk about. It's simply the postal vote. The only thing I can find out from the Electoral Commission website is that the time to register a postal vote in the election on Thursday has now passed. That's all it says. It doesn't tell you when that time was. I suppose if I'd looked, or if I look after the election, then it'll tell me what the deadline is. So maybe it won't until we know the date of the next election. What a palaver. 0800 218 2255. How do Molly?
I was only ringing because I was listening to the earlier part of the programme where the guy that rang you up, and it says, if you lose your postal pack vote or make a mistake, to a couple of things, please phone the helpline immediately. Or the other thing is, we can only issue replacement postal votes before 5 p.m. on Thursday. This is 26th of May 2021. It's only because I have a postal vote and I've got my, the residue of the pack. So I was just kind of telling him, really. The other thing is he has to just go to the polling station, basically.
Well, in order to cast his vote, thank you for that. What we were trying to discover, because he said he'd applied for a postal vote and was told that he didn't qualify. He wasn't entitled to one. Now, that's a different kettle of fish. And I was trying to work out whether the reason he'd been given that reply, which is, in my book, an unusual one, the reason he'd been given that reply was because he hadn't applied in time for this election. And I was trying to find out what the deadline for application for a postal vote was. There is a deadline, but I don't know what it is. But on the government website and on the Electoral Commission website, it simply says the time to apply for a postal vote for the election on the 6th of May has expired, which doesn't give us anything about when he should have applied, so we couldn't address his particular problem. Was that he'd been declined for?
Yeah, it says if you have not received, no, that's a different thing, sorry. We will send your postal vote around Thursday the 22nd of April. So that's not the same thing. No, it doesn't actually say.
Well, it it is one deadline, because what they're saying is, in order to give him a postal vote, he's got to apply and be granted it in such time that they then still have time to deliver the postal vote pack for the election to you on the 26th of April.
Yeah.
That's the deadline.
Yeah.
So if they haven't had time to get him on the register as a postal voter, get the documents printed up and named to him and all the rest of it, and then sent out, then he wouldn't be eligible for this election's postal vote. But we don't know. We don't know why he was declined.
That's true. And I can't help with that now.
No, indeed. But what you did do, you provided us with at least one deadline. We're a step nearer. We haven't arrived, but we're a step nearer. And what I'm going to try and do is remember when there's another election, as soon as we know the date of the election, to say, right, how much notice does it take? When's the deadline to apply for a postal vote? Until then, I think we're stymied.
Yeah, he needs to be ahead of the game a bit more than that. I think.
Indeed, yes.
Yeah. Oh, I'm so afraid.
Strange.
Well, the only thing he can do is get into the polling station if he wants to vote.
Indeed, that is the way forward.
Yeah, and I would have done myself. I always went to the polling station because I quite liked it.
This is a great book.
It feels a bit important, really. But
ADHD.
That's why I'm having a
You are important.
I can't do it.
It is important. I mean, we look at things on the telly. I mean, some of the voting in the American election, people were queuing all down the street, and we see elections in some, should we call them, dubious countries, and you see people who will stand in the rain or the hail or the snow or the baking sun for 7 and 8 hours to vote, and we in this country treat ours, some of us, with such disdain.
I know. But I've always voted. I've always gone into the polling station since I've heard when I you have to be 21 to vote, and
that's right.
Always voted because we all did. All of us did. In recent years, I can't go. I may be able to go in the future, but at the moment I can't. So it's supposed to work for me. But yeah, I used to enjoy going into the actual station place. Do the thing with your cross.
Strutting.
Oh, what happened there? Oh, I did that. What happened there?
Make a mistake. A couple of things. Please phone the helpline immediately.
Oh boy,
The other thing is, we can only issue replacement postal votes before 5 p.m. on Thursday. This is 6th of May 2020.
Don't push it, Weller. Don't push it. No one's in the mood for you pushing it. Push it. See what happens.
So I was just kind of telling him, really. The other thing is, you have to just go to the polling station.
Push it. See what happens.
Well, in order to cast his vote, I mean, thank you for that. What we were trying to discover...
Push it, see what happens, you prick.
He said he'd applied for a postal vote and was told that he didn't qualify. He wasn't entitled to one. Now, that's a different kettle of fish. And I was trying to work out whether the reason he'd been given that reply, which is, in my book, an unusual one, the reason he'd been given that reply was because he hadn't applied in time for this election. And I was trying to find out what the deadline for application for a postal vote was. There is a deadline, but I don't know what it is. But on the government, but on the government website and on the Electoral Commission website, it simply says the time to apply for a postal vote for the election on the 6th of May has expired, which doesn't give us anything about when he should have applied, so we couldn't address his particular problem that he'd been declined for.
Yeah, he says if you have not received, no, it's a different thing, sorry. We will send you a postal vote around Thursday the 22nd of April. Well, that's not the same thing, yeah. No, it doesn't actually say.
Well, it gives us, it is one deadline, because what they're saying is, in order to give him a postal vote, he's got to apply and be granted it in such time that they then still have time to deliver the postal vote pack for the election to you on the 26th of April.
Yeah.
That's the deadline.
Yeah.
So if they haven't had time to get him on the register as a postal voter, get the documents printed up and named to him and all the rest of it, and then sent out, then he wouldn't be eligible for this election's postal vote. But we don't know. We don't know why he was declined.
That's true. Yeah. And I can't help with that now.
No, indeed. But what you did do, you provided us with at least one deadline. We're a step nearer. We haven't arrived, but we're a step nearer. And what I'm going to try and do is remember when there's another election, as soon as we know the date of the election, to say, right, how much notice does it take? When's the deadline to apply for a postal vote? But until then, I think we're stymied.
Yeah, he needs to be ahead of the game a bit more than that. I think.
Indeed.
Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry for him.
Strange.
Well, the only thing he can do is get into the polling station if he wants to vote.
Indeed, that is the way forward.
Yeah, and I would have done myself. I always went to the polling station because I quite like doing it. It feels a bit important, really. But
Anyone get banned while I was away?
You are important.
Mandy, if he's time out worthy, ban him. If he's being a knob, ban him.
We look at things on the telly.
If you feel he's being a knob, ban him.
In the American election, people were queuing all down the street, and we see elections in some
15 stone 7 3/4.
And you see people who will stand in.
Oh, Mandy's flirting.
The hail or
In that
the
case, I
snow
apologise. You're
or the
flirting.
baking sun for 7 and 8 hours to vote, and we in this country treat ours some of us with such disdain.
I know.
And,
But I've always voted. I've always gone into the polling station since I could. When I was young, you had to be 21 to vote, and
that's right. I
always voted because we always did. All of us did. In recent years, I can't go. I may be able to go in the future, but at the moment I can't. So it's a postal vote for me. But yeah, I used to enjoy going into the actual station place, do the thing with your cross.
Strutting your stuff, Molly.
Exactly.
I'm strutting my electoral stuff, I am.
Good for you.
Good on you, Molly. Lovely to talk to you, and thank you for your help. 0800 218 2255. If you want to join us,
Banana and yoga.
Somebody said the election tomorrow, and I corrected them, but now they would be correct, because it is now Wednesday, and the election is, of course, tomorrow, Thursday, the 6th of May. And it is not my job. Indeed, I'm not allowed to say to you, you really ought to vote, or indeed that you shouldn't vote.
Enjoy yourself. When they say it's later than you think, they're talking about age. They're not talking about the evening, right? They're talking about it's late. It's later in life. You're going to die. They're talking about, it's a metaphysical, existential song. I think. I only heard it yesterday. Enjoy yourself. It's later than you think. We're all dying. We're all going to die. My Twitch stats box isn't working on here. And that's okay. That's okay. That's okay. Doms, please don't tell me how to steal books. I know how to steal stuff. I'm not getting any, but I can't afford to get anything at the moment. Right. Don't forget, if you've been blocked on Twitter, you have not been cancelled. That is not a cancellation. That is not a cancellation. Nor is it an invitation to be a prick and to harass people. Oh, you're live, by the way. What? Is this live? Huh? No. Shut up, man. Don't tease me. This isn't live. This isn't live. It is an existential song. He's just grassed you up to Lawrence Fox. Uh-oh. Lawrence Fox. Looking forward to being called a pedo. Phone lines are open. Kath will be here soon. It's a bit naughty me starting before she gets here, but just you're doing maths, isn't it? Just doing maths. Enjoy yourself. I'll wait for a call. I'll wait for a call. It gets stuck in my moustache. Doo-dah, doo-dah. My hair is falling into a very nice kind of side parting. I've stopped. It's too heavy to kind of slick it back completely. So I'm kind of slicking it back on the side. And thank you. Thank you, Pete. Let's do this. Let's do this. Punk Crack Man. Who loves you, pretty baby? Who gonna help you through the night? Who love you? Who gonna love you? Who love? That stinks, man. You're a dickhead, you're a dickhead, you're a dickhead, big boy. You're a dickhead, big boy, big boy. Yes, you are. You're a dickhead. You're my dickhead, though. Okay. Let's do this. Let's do this. I got no idea the numbers. The Twitch stats box isn't working. My house smells a bit fish. I had fish yesterday. $1,500. Apparently, the numbers are to whack. Nice to see you all, everybody. Hello. Very, very anxious. Patreon is going so well. Thank you. It's going so well. It's nowhere near what we need to make to cover some of the bills. I mean, I'll put it into context. All we're after is a quarter of what I earn at Talk Radio. I earn quite a lot at Talk Radio. It was all right. Quite a lot. I did all right. And we're not even a close morning, Hush. We're going to get in touch with you at some point. To a quarter of that, and that's fine. That sounds ungrateful. Let me rephrase that. The Patreon is going well, but we are nowhere near what we would need to pay my mortgage and to pay some of the money to my ex-wife. So maintenance, which I'm proud to pay. I'm proud to pay. That's not we're getting up paying that. Thank you, John Gould. Proud to pay that money. It's my duty to pay that money. We're nowhere near. We're nowhere near. And so I've had a night of anxiety, of bad dreams, not being able to sleep. So I did a late night stream last night. Worrying. I'm thinking I gotta sell the goddamn house. I'm some way off having to sell the goddamn house. Right? But As long as it goes to the kids, what does that mean? What a ridiculous thing to say. What a ridiculous thing to suggest. How dare you suggest that? How dare you suggest that? How dare you suggest that? Hey, sir. So, I'm just not quite sure how we're going to... I'm just not quite sure what's going to... I'm going to go from my own experience. Well, I'm sorry your experience was shit, but please, how dare you tar other people with that brush? Sorry your experience was terrible. So anxiety. But I'm seeing my... Wickle. I'm seeing my new psych today, so hopefully get on some pills. I just don't know how we turn this around. Hey, Phaser. So I don't want the whole show, all the shows to just be adverts for Patreon, because you go, oh, jeez. Jeez, there we go. There we go. Aish. 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 You know those, I don't want to give them ideas, but those... You know those people that think I cancelled them just because I blocked them? I'm not inviting them to, because I would cut them off, but they literally have my phone number. What's that, Dory Lou? What are you going to use when you've got anxiety? Morning, Lazarus. Morning, everybody. Let's pick up. Where's Kath? Because I've made the fresh coffee, and I may have made it too early. Dave Scott. Oh, I should be using my fidget cube. Oh, you can have that. Should be using my fidget cube. In fact, I'm going to go and get my fidget cube. Thank you. That's a great suggestion, Hattie. Jack, we're cool. I'm overreacting. I'm cool. My ex-wife is a brilliant mother and is a brilliant human being, and I overreacted. Should be here, sir. But I know it's a tough time for everyone. I know it's tough. I don't like the fidget poppers. Don't do it for me, but the kids love them. It's tough times for everyone. So maybe we don't make it. Maybe we don't make it. Okay, maybe we sell the house. Okay. Okay. Maybe we don't make it. Thank you, Jamdo. Thank you, Jamdo. So who knows? Who knows? Let's dial a number in America. 00. What is America? 11. Oh, that didn't work. Here she comes. She's thinking I'm about to scare her. Hey, Boily. Yo. If you... Hello. Do you have your worn glasses recently? You haven't, have you? That's what's different.
I'm running out of contact lenses and they're renewing my prescription, so I have to wait.
Right, let me... You're live, by the way.
We on here, babies. Thinking about it all the way here.
Junkie.
You better give me some of that good stuff. I know it's free the second time, right?
15 stone, 7 3/4.
That's great, but I know it's born out of crapness. I was listening to Brene Brown about that today, about how with depression, she had a therapist who told her that with depression, you often crave to fill, right?
Yeah.
But with despair, that's when you can't swallow, you can't eat.
Yeah.
I get it.
She's right. I'm losing weight, guys, through Noom.
And through emotional crisis.
Through stress. Through Noom and stress. That's not a very flattering shot, though, is it? That's because these jeans are now too big. I bought bigger jeans. Now they're too big. Katefa! You're late! You're later, fa! Katefa, you're later, fa!
Good morning to you, everyone. Oh, my little girl was a bit upset today when I was brushing her hair. I was putting her plaits in this morning.
I wasn't sure if you were talking about a cat or a child.
No,
okay,
actual child. And I said, "What's the matter?" And she said, "I feel so sorry for the supply teacher." Because she has this, say supply teacher, but she's quite regular, because I think...
I don't know about a bowel movement.
No, I think the other teacher is has to do courses and stuff anyway. So this teacher's in quite a lot. And the loud kids just don't listen to her, and she's got such a sore throat, and I feel so sorry for her. I said, well, why don't you say something really nice to her today, and you'll make her feel good.
Why don't you stand on your desk and tell everyone to shut the F up?
Oh yeah,
So
I'm going to tell her that tomorrow.
Vic says, Catherine, you look amazing.
Thank you.
Amazing. What is that denim?
It's I believe it's called chambray.
So that means bedroom. So
That's chambray. It's like denim, but it's softer cotton.
When my man puts on blue
Not as thick.
stratus. You remember that?
No.
I thought it was called denim, and as I wrote, there is an aftershave called denim.
Denim,
and as
yeah,
I
my dad had it.
As I approached the word, I realised it was stratos. But when my man puts on blue stratus, I get into something new. Do you not remember that?
Not really, no.
It's
I remember-
bluesy, it's very sexy, it's funky.
My dad had high karate, denim, I remember. There was some Old Spice.
Let's have a look. When my man puts on blue Stratos. Let's just look at old adverts
But
today.
you've got to remember that my dad's dad, didn't think it was manly to wear anything slightly perfumed, not even deodorant.
Right.
Old fashioned, you see.
Here we go. When my man...
When my man puts on blue Stratos,
me,
I know he's into something new. When my man puts on blue Stratos,
When you say he's into something new, does she mean someone new?
ain't nothing he can't do.
His whole house
and
is
he
blue.
ain't doing bad
Oh, hey,
now.
baby. That's not
When
her
my man
voice.
puts on blue
Everyone's wearing
Stratos,
blue.
I don't need to sing the blues.
Look, you are singing Stratos. Cool, Notice that the song is being sung by a woman of colour. There's only white people in the advert. Racist, Britain. Racist.
White Stratos. People, huh? Oh.
We've moved on a few years now.
No, we haven't. I mean, freedom. But do you have to do that? Is it like with Tampax, you have to throw yourself
Oh, I
out of
don't
a
like
plane?
heights.
No.
I don't like heights.
But it's because of Stratos, I'm guessing, the stratosphere.
Oh, yeah, okay. Well, so we've gone 75, 81, or 84, and now we're going to 88. So this one's recent.
You saw me standing alone without a dream in my heart, without a love of my own.
Blue movie?
It's Pan Shop Polo, isn't it?
Blue Stratus. Nothing's grey when you're into blue.
What? Nothing's grey when you're into blue.
Gaz said, I had high karate soap on I wrote for Christmas once because I liked Hong Kong Phooey. Very disappointing year that was.
Who would I most like to have a one?
Hong Kong Phooey.
My perfume today smells like chocolate milkshake.
Does your milkshake bring...
Yes, it does. You saw me standing. It's called Musk Maori, and it smells like chocolate milkshake. But like,
Here we go.
But
Now,
blue
this
and
is
sexy.
this is combining. This is in between advert 1 and 2 that we saw. In between the guy in the blue house and the lightsaber hang glider. So this is in between the two, and it's
this
like
is the sauna.
Here we go. Look, but it combines elements.
Unleashes the free spirit in man. A unique spirit of freedom experienced only with Blue Stratos cologne. Brisk, bold, adventurous.
Blue Stratos.
She can smell it from down there. He's put too much on.
Unleash the spirit in your man this Christmas with a gift of Blue Stratos.
Which was a great alarm system. I'm happy to sit and watch adverts all day. You're going to watch some adverts now, guys. No adverts from July 1st. No adverts from July 1st.
Not one.
Not
well,
one.
apart from the ones we make up.
I had my only fight at school, says DJ Blag, in a supply teacher's class, partly because she'd lost control of our behaviour. Oh, God, they did.
Oh, we used to do awful things. It was like a supply teacher come in, specifically a young, possibly trainee teacher, and it would be like, hey, here we go. This is going to be fun. Awful.
We had in the third year of middle school, so we were like 9 or 10, and there was a supply. I always lucked out in my life in missing the great teachers. And there was a great teacher that everyone loved, genuinely loved. Probably for prepubescent boys, there was, and some of the girls actually, there was a kind of a sexual element about her. She wasn't particularly sexy, but she was also a brilliant teacher.
Charming and charismatic.
Yeah, she filled a lot of roles. Mrs. Hammond. Mrs. Hammond killed her husband, but she won't kill me.
That was a song, was it?
Well, it was a song, but we don't know if she did kill her husband, but I suspect she might have done.
See, we had Merv the Perv. But go on.
So everyone wanted Mrs. Hammond, right? And then we found out we were getting Mrs. Hammond.
Nice.
We were getting Mrs. Hammond. And we went into Mrs. Hammond's class and she said, okay, guys, the year starts. Just let you know, I'm going to be leaving in a few weeks. No. Mrs. Hammond was the OG Carol Baskin. Totes. No. And she left and we were weeping We were heartbroken. It was devastating. And she got replaced by someone called, I think, Mrs. Lennon.
Poor Mrs. Lennon. Not a chance.
No. Although I did write a slightly racist story that she thought was so good. Very racist story, actually. That she thought was so good. She got Mrs. Savage, who was...
Is that the racist story or the homophobic story?
What homophobic
Oh,
story?
no, someone else did the homophobic story.
I did a racist story.
Which was the one that got put on the wall and it sort of used the term...
Oh, that was an essay in grammar school.
Yeah.
In grammar school, a guy wrote an essay about Erasure, the band, and it got put on the wall. It was so good, and it had language in it. Well, I can't remember the names of the Erasure boys.
Andy Bell.
Andy Bell is the gay Effie bumboy.
Wow.
Effie for horrible gay word. Andy Bell is the gay Effie bumboy of the group. And
The teacher went, well done, gold
We're
star,
like-
we're going to put that on the
We're
wall.
like 13 or 14, and that got put on the wall.
Yeah, but you've got to remember, I'm going to say it, different times. The front pages of the newspapers were using terms like that as a little bit of fun.
Yeah, well, I mean, Boris Johnson wrote an article about it within
More
the
recently,
last 10,
yeah,
15
exactly.
years. By the way, how great are Erasure?
That's so good.
But so Mrs. Hammond left, and we were devastated. We had Mrs. Lennon, who thought that a racist story that I wrote was so good that it should be typed up by Mrs. Savage, who was a very sexy secretary. She would wear these thick leather chokers.
Sauvage.
It was, I mean, and at 10 it was like,
I don't know what this is, but I feel things.
And anyway, so then the other class got Mr. Dennis, who was a prick, and he was the supply teacher, and no one liked him. Or some people did. They thought he was funny. He would say things like, "I'm going to shoot you with a double-barrel water pistol." Well, I'm going to shoot you with a double-barrel water pistol. You booballistic. He'd say all that kind of stuff, right? I think, jeez. Anyway, they had him. And we had a game of rounders, right? This is incredible. We're 9, 10 years old, right? Up the workers. We had a game of rounders. He was the referee. Mrs. Lennon was new.
Oh, no.
He cheated.
Was he showing off to Mrs. Lennon?
Don't know. He was showing off to his class. He cheated. So his class were winning. Do you know what we did? We all sat down on strike. We all sat down on strike, and we were ordered to get up. And we went, nope. We're 9 years old.
9-year-olds have got a very strong sense of injustice.
Get back in the classroom. Get back in the classroom. So we went back in the classroom, and we got the bollocking of our lives.
No dissent was permitted at all in 80s education. Not at all. The teacher would punish you for flagging up anything that these days they're not. It's not that they're frightened of you saying that they've done something wrong, but they will get called out, right? Yeah. And kids, I think, will get listened to more, quite rightly so. Back then, you didn't. Not only did you not flag it up to the teachers, you also didn't tell your parents because you get punished twice.
But then we had to two of us, and I think I was one of those people. You know, sometimes you can't quite remember whether you... But anyway, I think two of us had to go into his class and apologise to him and to his class. And I think I was one of those people. And that says a lot about...
And there's another thing about our education as Gen...
Yeah, shame.
Gen X.
Shame.
Humiliation of children.
And that says a lot about my need to apologise to people, rightly or wrongly. I get the balance wrong. I'm either F you or I apologise too much. Had to go in and apologise to him and his class. Sorry, Mr. Dennis.
Do they make kids stand up with their hands on their heads anymore?
No, that's
I mean,
I had my 11-year-old's parents' evening last night, all done on Zoom. Very smooth, 5-minute windows, and you get a little countdown, and you're out. Well, very smooth, apart from one lesson where I'm sat there, and then nothing's happening. This teacher popped up on the screen, and he's looking, and he looked at it, and went, oh, and he disappeared. Apart from that, very, very smooth, right? And it was a joy. It's like having 2 hours of people say nice things about one of your favourite people in your life. It was a joy. And all
are the kids supposed to be present or no?
No. And I phoned him up afterwards and I said, this is great. This is great. And, you know, and all the things they were picking him up on, like small things. There weren't many. 'Cause my son, my eldest son is great. My youngest son, the guy's screwed. I'm joking, Jim. All of the... and that's the... I shouldn't make jokes like that because he won't see this. But he might see it one day. But that's the kind of joke that would get me. So I'm not going to make those jokes anymore. But all the things they were saying, if he could just... pay a little bit more attention sometimes, and it would be great if he could just put his hand up a bit more in maths. And I'm thinking, okay, yeah, not a fucking chance. Not a fucking chance. And I went back and I said, look, some of the teachers would like you to contribute a bit more, but I get it. You know, I get why you don't want to put your hand up. And I gave them the talk about there's no wrong answers. I learned to ask what I consider silly questions, 3 counties to ask. One of the greatest lessons I ever learned in interviewing was when we were at 3 counties, and we'd sometimes have like councillors in or police chiefs and stuff like that, and they would say something that would be a phrase that I would have heard on the news at some point, and I wouldn't know what it meant. And so I would sit there and go,
They count on that.
And then I just thought, I wonder what would happen if I ask a really dumb question and go, I'm really sorry, that thing you just said, I don't know what that means. Talk to me like I'm an idiot. What does that mean? And then they would either be very, very kindly explain it, and it would make it easier for me, or
it would become obvious that they didn't know either.
They didn't know either. And I told this.
Well done, whoever is doing media training for people, and actually convincing them that they can't manage without you, because it's made some people absolutely terrified.
Sorry. Before you go any further, Catherine, I would just like to thank you and your listeners for the opportunity to come. You asked the question and the first answer, 3 minutes. I would just like to thank you and your listeners for giving me the opportunity to come on. And by the time they finish that, you go, okay, well, we're out of time. So we never let them get away with it. Lessons will be learned.
But also, when we heard that as the starting point, when you go, thanks very much for joining us. So what happened there? That's surely something that you would not want to stand behind. Well, first of all, thank you so much for having me. We'd look at each other like, we got one.
Yeah.
We got one.
Someone's been on a course. But I told that story to my boy, not that one, but the one about asking silly questions. I said, look, it took me a long time. I wish I'd learned it earlier. But there's no such thing as a silly question. If you don't know it, there'll be someone in the class who doesn't know it and will be going, oh, thank God he asked. I said, but I'm not going to put any pressure on you to do that. The teachers have said they'd like to see that a bit more, but I also get why you don't want to do that. So I'm leaving that up to you. That's up to you.
It's a really hard political balance in classrooms, right, as the kid, because put your hand up too much, everyone hates you, including the teacher, and they start ignoring you. And that's true. Yeah. I can speak from experience. Stop putting your hand up, the teacher notices, and start telling your mum and dad that you've lost your confidence or whatever. It's not that at all. It's that, especially I think in state schools, you don't want to stand out as the bright kid. You don't want to stand out as the bright kid, but you also don't want to stand out as the kid that doesn't get it. So everyone is just desperate to conform and keep their head down because everyone just wants to be the same and left alone.
I remember the police coming into the school and they asked all of us if we'd like to have a go on the fingerprint machine. Looking back, I'm glad I didn't pick a crime. That's terrible.
Imagine the uproar now.
We had a copper come around and pass us all around a lump of hash and some trips.
We had, they brought a frame full of drugs.
Great.
You know that box of treasure you've got back there with like bits and bobs in it, and they've made it into artwork.
My friend Lucy made that. I'll go and get it later because you can buy it.
That's what they did.
You can. Why it goes that way and then it starts turning that way. You can buy those. That's great. So I had a lovely chat with my boy, and I mean, most of this there was hardly any negative stuff. A lot of it was finessing. And
how'd you handle the "I'm proud of you, son" stuff?
What do you mean?
Well, because there's a subtle difference, isn't there? And it's something I've learned as someone who was brought up to crave approval, right? Because those moments when they said, "I'm proud of you," right? Yeah. I've noticed you do something different.
Oh, I say you should be proud of yourself. And I learnt that from my therapist, who I think was a cult leader and was ripping me off for lots of money.
Oh, okay.
But I learned some great stuff from him. He would make a great cult leader. I saw a therapist who I'm convinced is a cult leader. Certainly he was trying to form a little cult with us and I got sucked in for a bit. But so I very rarely do I say, I'm really proud of you. I did last night. I will generally say you should be proud of yourself. It will help, hopefully, in the long term, prevent them seeking approval from outside of themselves, that they are enough on their own, which is something I never had. But last night I did do that. I'm so proud of you, and you should be really proud of yourself as well, because everyone said you were a pleasure to teach. But all of because I'm now thinking about ADHD and stuff. So every time I'm being told maybe he doesn't pay attention, there wasn't many of that. I'm thinking, is he ADHD? Is he ADHD? Is it? So I'm thinking from a completely different sphere to what the teacher was thinking, maybe what his mum was thinking. I don't really know what his mum was thinking, but we were both on there on kind of this weird Zoom, this kind of bastard Zoom system that they had. But it was great. Is what I'm saying.
Guardian says, I used to put my hand up all the time, even if I didn't know the answer. Teachers will usually pick the brightest kid to answer. It was not me. Tell you what I had happen? I stopped putting my hand up in French class because I was embarrassed. All the other kids were starting to hate me. So the teacher used to ask every single other kid in the class and then go on then, Catherine, you tell them. That helped a lot. Thanks, guys.
Then the English teacher said, my boy's spelling is not great. And I think, he's not dyslexic. They've kind of looked at that. And I think it's not important to him. And I totally get that. Isn't it funny? The things, maybe I'm too much of a hippie dad. I think he just wants to get his stuff out. So he's not thinking about this. He just wants to get it out and done. And I appreciate that. She said, you could, and it's just dawned on me now. She said, there's a thing you can get, little, it looks like a calculator. It's called a pocket speller. And you type in the word, and if you're close to the word, it will tell you what the word is, how to spell it, and it'll give you the definition. And it's great. You can have it. They can have it in their pencil cases, and we don't mind them having the pocket spellers in class.
Wow.
So I got him
a
one.
spell check.
Well, it's a little. I'll show you what it is.
That's basically what it is, isn't it?
Yeah, it's And so I got him one for him. Here we go, pocket speller. Let's have a little look at. You can't see my.
I really runny nose. I think it's hay fever. I had some Beckenase this morning, but apologies for
Just
me.
make sure you can't see my address. If we go
conk.
screen, rubbing your cock.
Conk. Conk.
So it's that, right? I don't think you can see my address. I don't care. You can come in. So it's that, right? So I ordered one for him, and I ordered one for his brother, of course, obvs, because it's a gadget. And then as I'm sat here, I'm thinking, what's wrong with dictionaries? That's a dictionary, right? That's a 20 quid dictionary, right? Right? What's wrong with a little pocket?
A little one, yeah.
But that's more fun. That's more fun.
Yeah, but I mean, it's probably more fun to look up swears in a book, isn't it?
Billy says, I did buy him a dictionary and said, there's swear words in there. Billy says, a tough one. I see a lot of myself in my daughter. I'm trying to balance not accepting lack of application and knowing she's a chip off the old block. I tried to put myself in his situation. He's a lot brighter than I ever was. A lot he's a lot more academic than I ever was, my 11-year-old. And so I try and put myself in his situation. And also, I think he gets a lot of his brightness from his academia, from his mum's side of the family. So I'm trying to balance all of that. And I'm not trying to judge him by what the school wants him to be. I'm also not entirely trying to judge him by what I was. I'm trying to get a mixture of stuff in there.
I'm going to tell you something you're going to find weird, maybe hilarious. When I first met you, I assumed you were like Oxbridge. Because of the way, the quickness of your mind, and I just assumed that, and I can't get over how much you talk yourself. No, you talk yourself down.
I went to a former polytechnic.
So what?
Performing arts.
So what?
So what?
But that is not how you come across. How you come across? That is not it. That's not
Why
you.
do I feel uncomfortable? That says a lot about me.
Yeah,
and that's not a judgment
because
on you.
you're not used to hearing how other people. You are actually. You're too used to hearing how other people judge you. Maybe I should keep my opinions to myself. But what I'm saying is,
Delete that comment from Eraserhead.
I never thought of you as a thick person, and I think you do sometimes.
I do come across as a thick person.
No, you think of yourself as thick, and no one sees you like that.
I am thick.
Absolutely not. You're the most curious, in the best way, curious person about the world that I know. Inquisitive, bright. Your mind works at 100 miles an hour. I don't see that. Deflection.
My 11-year-old can type 37 words a minute. At that age, they should be doing. She said, "Well, at that age, really, we're hoping everyone can get to 30 words a minute." He's doing 37.
We all taught ourselves, didn't we? Typing. You had to.
I love my kids.
You didn't take any of that in at all that I said to you, did you?
I don't know what you said. I don't know what you said. Was it?
Again.
Come on.
It's very interesting.
What did you... Okay. Well, no, because I switched off because you were saying nice things. So
Exactly.
I did hear it. But I'm being flippant.
Yeah, because you don't know what to do with it.
Okay. All right. Now, you saw that bullying. That's bullying online. We will not take that. We will not stand for that. I will cancel you.
I'll tell you what I'm about to cancel.
Jim Bowen. Mandy. Don't cancel Mandy.
No, this guy.
Why?
Just because he's annoying me, and I can. Goodbye.
Rip the Elephant Man.
Don't you get personal about my best mate.
Hello. Hello, caller. This is Ian and Catherine. Oh, you got it? It's Nelly. Not spoken to Nelly for ages. My hair looks fine. I look like Errol Flynn.
What? My mum had a cactus called Errol. It would not die. It was massive, obviously.
He died. He had to be buried with a big box because he had a boner, right?
I don't know about the boner, but I know that he had a big personality.
You got 30 seconds to turn your phone the right way around. Thank you. Everyone's learning. Everyone's learning from the Gatford model.
Hello, supply teacher Nelly.
Yeah, I just thought I'd just bring into the supply teacher conversation.
Talk to us, because I mean, God,
Well, he's got a picture of a racist on his wall.
Which one?
We saw it. Picture. There's the racist over him. The racist over my shoulder.
Picture them. Well, I was a supply teacher in primary school a few years ago, just for a couple of years. And I once took a class for PE, year 3, year 4s, so about 7 or 8 year old. And very straightforward. All you got to do, you had to like a warm up, basketball things, it was pretty straightforward. But yeah, during the warm up, doing stretches, jumps and that, I basically split my trousers right in half.
Mate.
7 and 8 year olds.
They'll never forget that.
No. And they didn't let me forget for the rest of the afternoon or the following week when I
What's that buzzing noise? Have you got some kind of vibrating device?
Oh, mate.
It's my robot Hoover downstairs.
Have you actually got a robot Hoover? I want to get a robot Hoover and a robot lawnmower.
I saw those the other day. I even priced them up. It's not
Yeah.
going to happen, but I mean, what a dream.
Pete says, hang on, is Nelly related to that Russian guy who rings in? I don't know. We have no Russians that ring in. We have a Polish gentleman that rings in. I believe he's Polish. Maybe he's Russian. I'm not too... The accent's a bit shonky, but... I'm going to go and have another cup of coffee. You okay?
Yeah.
You don't want one?
No, I usually think another cup of coffee's a good idea.
Please, Lady Lou.
Hi, Nelly.
Yeah,
Anyway, I don't envy that job. I mean, 1, being a teacher, 2, being the supply teacher. My God.
Actually, being a supply teacher, I thought was better than when I had a class of my own, just
really?
because. Oh yeah, because the work is minimal. basically, you rock up, everything's there ready for you to just get on with, and then you don't have to hang around with the other adults in the school. You basically spend time with the kids. And then it's great, and then you go home.
No, he's just saying that being the supply teacher means you don't have to hang out with the other adults. That reminded me of that impression my kids were doing of the staff room teachers.
Oh, God, yeah.
At dinner, right? Apparently, if you go to the staff room at lunchtime, you always get to ask a question. You always get a teacher who goes, "Just a minute, sweetheart." But it's just the...
You know about...
When we went to the staff room as kids, we got a teacher going, "Yeah, what do you want?"
About 12 years ago, when I was working at Absolute Radio, and I was only doing Sunday nights, and I wanted to be a teacher. And I looked up for it to the point of I went to an evening where they were trying to recruit male primary school teachers.
Yeah.
And I went and helped out in a school for 2 days. Went to a primary school, and I helped out for 2 days as like the classroom assistant. And this is when I was like famous. And none of the kids knew I was little shits. No. And it was, and I went out and I got to hang out in the staff room and talk to these people. And I don't think anyone recognised me. There's no reason they should. It certainly was never mentioned. Maybe they did. People find it at college. It took weeks for someone to say, "Okay, I have to address this. You're on the telly and no one's mentioned it." And it was a really weird moment. Anyway, but I kind of enjoyed it. And then I got offered 4 nights a week at Absolute. And it was like, well, and we were about to have a kid, and it's like, well, I can't afford to do this. But I don't know. Anyway, yes. But you stopped doing it, Nelly. You found it. Am I correct? Do I remember correctly? You just found it too stressful.
Yeah. So basically, I trained probably about 8 years ago now. Yeah, 8 or 9 years ago. Did a year's training, and during training you do like placements in schools. And the final placement I had started the Monday after my wedding. So that's gone back exactly 8 years. And 2 weeks in, I just had a massive breakdown. I had a huge breakdown. Ambulance was called, and I don't even remember what happened. I just remember being found on the stairs in a ball, and I had no memory of what actually happened. So they proposed to postpone it, put me into another school. I got through the placement, got my qualification, but by then I was just sort of thinking, well, is this what I want to do? So I did supply for a bit, got my confidence back a bit, got my own class, but that lasted a term, and I thought, you know what? Nah, no thanks. Plus my boy was born during that term as well, and you start to realise if you're teaching, it is you don't stop working.
No.
I even when I wasn't working over the weekend, I was thinking about what I had to do. So it was never in my head.
My sister's a teacher, and even if you're not working and you think you're done, there's still stuff you could crack on with because you've got stuff to come. You know, she's living with her work all the time. Talking about the emotional and the mental stress of teaching, I think back now to teachers who, in my school days, were clearly struggling, right? And they were a flipping joke to us.
Yeah.
Outrageous, outrageous.
People cheered when Mr. Bishop had a mental breakdown.
Oh yeah, we had a chemistry teacher who used to hide in the chemistry cupboard, and we all knew it. Man. But people didn't talk about that stuff back then.
Yeah. I think there's a lot to be said when it comes to trainee teachers, that because your fully qualified teachers are under like so much pressure, they can't really give up the time to the trainee teachers to walk them through the job and how and to learn from the job. Really, I think that was part of the thing with me. I mean that plus I don't think it was suited to me, but simply. So when I had my own class, towards the end of, I think it was like in November, it was a month after my boy was born, I had another bit of a breakdown on the way home. I had to pull over. And then the next day I said, you know what, it's not happening. So I put a notice in. Did supply for another year or two whilst I figured out other stuff, and now I'm just doing something else.
May I offer a word of encouragement or a suggestion? Man the fuck up, Snowflake!
Yeah.
I love the delay.
Oh, look, now he's getting a blowy.
Stop it.
His blowy face. People who've just tuned in for the first time. What? This guy's had a breakdown and he's been told to man the fuck up? What is this? I'm going to report this.
It's the best advice.
I could, but I don't think I'd get any pleasure out of teaching. Certainly would never go older than primary school. So I don't like teenagers. I don't like them.
I think if you do it properly, it's a bloody hard job.
Yeah, of course it is. All right, Nelly. Well, thank you for... Oh, go on.
Well, I'll give you one example as to how difficult teaching is before I go, okay? I mean, obviously you have all different subjects and all that. And also when you're... especially...
Oh, Nelly?
You're frozen, Nelly.
You're gone now.
Just imagine something really hard. That.
When Catherine compliments you, just say thank you. I get this with my partner. No. No. I will handle it how I handle it. Thank you. But I have learned how to take compliments from fans. For a long time after shows, I didn't know what to do, but then I would just nod because I didn't want to diminish their experience of what our show had meant to them, and so I would nod them and go, "Well, thank you very much for sharing that. I really appreciate that," and then I would move on.
My reaction with people giving me compliments is always to point out where they're a bit wrong.
Yeah. Yes, Gafford.
How's it going?
Hello, mate. Nice to see you.
Good. Nice to see you both as well. But just firstly on this subject of you being thick, thick people don't win Mastermind, do they?
Well, they do when you're up against Scott Mills and a Nolan. Which is who I was up against when I won. Can we see that beautiful face?
Sorry, it's just that I'm doing it on a phone and it's a bit tricky to get it.
There she is.
There we go. Oi.
Oh, no, the face.
There he is.
It says hi. She wants to know how the arm is, and I need to give her an update.
My arm or his arm?
My arm's fine. It'll be your arm. You're the most recent.
No, you're the one that nearly lost it.
Oh, the hand.
The hand. Sorry. Well, she
hand
said
is
arm.
fine. The hand is fine. It's got some lovely scabs that have still got a little bit of pickability about them. There'll be skin soon.
Pickability.
That's the beauty of scabs.
And then what
Actually,
happened?
I had an ending.
I knew you would.
Uh,
Yes, Takeford.
But no, that's the other bloke.
You're all interchangeable. All of you men that phone this show are interchangeable.
The Aston on this Bluey expert.
You're all men that call this show are interchangeable. You should see we have a mod Twitter chat.
Oh, that's a hot bed of gossip at the moment.
Takeford is still in it, even though he's not a mod anymore. But boy, oh boy, they're all the same person. They're all the same person.
Apart from Amy and Mandy, they're pretty different.
Mandula is my queen. She is my queen. And I saw there's a very funny video of Amy playing Five Nights at Freddy's on Oculus.
She's got guts. I couldn't play that game.
I might play some Oculus today.
But she needs to upload it, not anybody else.
Yes.
That wouldn't be fair.
That would not be fair if that had been leaked onto a BitTorrent site.
No, that'd be terrible, wouldn't it?
What would you like, sir? Fridgeford.
Pete hasn't already done that. There's someone in the chat called Big Fat Fridge, and I'm just wondering if that's a dig.
Oh no, is there? I've not seen them.
I'm just asking.
Have they said anything yet?
No. Well, they've not said anything controversial. It's just the username. I'm a little bit sensitive, and also it's image infringement. So I just want to clear that up.
Can we? I can't find. How do we find them? Big Fat Fridge, make yourself known, please. You're not in trouble. You're not in trouble. No. Big Fat Fridge. It's oh my god. It's not a dig at anyone. It's about me.
Okay.
Then fine.
Then brother, I embrace you.
Pete says, I'm trying to recoup the cost of my new laptop, so for 20 quid a month, I will share the full contents of the mod chat with anyone. No, Big Fat Fridge, you don't have to. It's just Takeford here, Gapford here, is Fridgeford, and he claims to own copyright on fridges.
Yeah.
But no, please don't change it. If that is your name, I'd love to know the history behind it, Big Fat Fridge, if you feel so inclined to tell us. No, please don't change it. And thank you for responding. You get the Fridgeford thumbs up. Now get out of here, you goddamn piece of trash. Cookability. I'm loving my hair today.
Good.
If you call us and we miss you, we call you back. Just as we do.
Hello.
With Alistair.
Oh, Alistair, bye.
Hello.
Gone into the clouds. It's in Blue Stratos. This is the reboot.
I'm just trying to turn you off on the computer, on the television.
You're always turning me on, buddy.
That's better now. I feel great this morning.
Good.
I've been to a meeting, Ian, on Zoom, and I've had my cup filled with spirit.
Ooh, I love it. Do you know what? I got this. I've been reading the Step 3 prayer.
Yeah.
My sponsor's getting me to read the step. This is what I read every morning. Do you want to hear this?
I want to hear it.
It's gonna blow your minds. You're gonna go, shit, we're in the wrong place.
Oh,
so I'm asked he asked me to read a passage, pages 86 to 88.
Jim and Usher thinks you look like God Alistair. In the clouds there.
And then I read the step 3 prayer, right? Listen to this. We are now at step 3. Many of us said to our Maker as we understood him, holy shit, we're getting into that stuff. God, I offer myself to thee, to build with me and to do with me as thou wilt. Relieve me of the bondage of self, that I may better do thy will. Take away my difficulties, that victory over them may bear witness to those I would help of thy power, thy love, and thy way of life. May I do thy will always. Beginning of every day. And here's the thing. It kind of works. It's his early days for me doing the step 3 prayer, Alistair. Never really did it. It was certainly not in NA. Never really did it. And so I'm only a week into it. And basically what it does is it takes you out of self. And it takes you out of self-pity. And it's like, okay, things might be shit, but I'm handing it over to you because I know that you've got a plan for me. Now, it's a God. It kind of is it sort of is a Christian God because of the way it was, the history of them, and it was a little bit Christian-y at the start, and it's God and thine will and all of that stuff. So there's like a hint of it, but I choose when I say God, I choose the word God, and I don't mean like you there, baby Jesus, sat up in a cloud with all your angels. I mean my higher power, which for me at the moment is nature. It's nature. So I'm trying to do that every day, and I'm reading it on here because I feel silly. I kind of feel silly doing it. So I want to get it out that I'm doing that to take away the silliness. And you're nodding because I'm guessing maybe you could. Not everyone does this in recovery, but maybe you do. I don't know.
I do. I rarely read prayers aloud, but I read them, and also, but at night I do say aloud things like, "Thank you, Creator, for another day free of alcohol, and please, if it be Thy will, please make the next one free of alcohol also, and to take away my shortcomings and to be a better person and help others."
There you go. That's it.
So,
and I interrupted. Sorry. So you're feeling good. You've done a meeting, online meeting. I would imagine.
I was chairing it. So,
wow.
Hey, nice one, man. Was this the 24-hour one?
Yeah. You dropped in. Well, hope you don't mind me saying, you dropped in and see what was happening.
It's good that I've been in that one before. When I relapsed a while ago, I popped in. It's great. We're talking about Alcoholics Anonymous for anyone who's interested. Also, I say I'm an alcoholic, but really booze was not my issue. It was drugs and sex and food and shopping. But I'm choosing to do a lot of AA. I've been to a couple of NA meetings actually recently, and getting, it works. It works if you work it. So work it, you're worth it.
Definitely.
First meeting I went into, they have these laminate cards on the floor, and some meetings do and some don't. And like one of the first ones I went into, I don't think it was the first one, there's a laminate card on there, hugs not drugs. And I thought, what the fuck is this fucking
I agree with
fucking that. Shit. What is this fucking shit? And that one is quite cheesy. But now it's like, yeah. And I now know to ignore the ones that don't work for me, because some meetings go a little bit over the top with it. And I now choose. Oh, my sponsor said a great thing today. I phoned my sponsor up this morning, and I said, I'm full of anxiety. I'm really worried about work. I'm worried about losing my home, and I've just done the step 3 prayer. And the thing I heard, and then you're supposed to kind of meditate a little bit and see if you get any answer back. And the thing I heard was I should call you. So I'm calling you. And he said it's a daily. This is great, man. It sounds cheesy. And some of them are cheesy. Some of the cheesiest ones are great. He said that you've got a daily reprieve from alcohol. This is an ism, not a wasm. Fuck it. So it's ism. It was in the past. This is today. And I was like, oh man, that sounds so cheesy, but God, it's spot on. It's an ism, not a wasm. It's there every day.
Yeah, and I think it starts to get slippy, doesn't it, when you start thinking, I've got this cracked, I don't need to do anything anymore. This is fine. I'm fine with this now.
Yeah.
I'm cool.
So
that's when it creeps up, right?
I'm really struggling with anxiety and fear around work and money, as you know, Alistair. So I'm trying to really commit to this, as well as what we talked about last night on the stream, commit to medical help as well. And I'm seeing my psych tonight at 6. I'm so happy. I hope you don't mind. Me and Catherine have spoken about this off stream. We are both so happy to see you living your life. And there was the other day when you showed us Jeannie, there's a big grin on your face. There it is. There it is. You had that big grin on your face. And it's the first time since knowing you, we've seen that much of a grin on your face. And we went, isn't that magic? Partly because it's Kat, mainly because it's you. And it's a joy to see you so happy. She will get on your nerves at some point. Oh, has it happened already?
Well, I think she's getting a little bit too big for the boots early on.
Too late, mate. Too late. That's a default setting with cats.
Yeah. Anyway, I got something that you may want to. I'm prepared to donate this as a kind of thing that you could use as a promotion for your package.
If it's semen for a sperm bank, I
We've
don't
got
know
plenty.
how that rumour got out, but we're not doing that anymore.
So what it is, I bought a package from Lana Del Rey, like, you know, with the new release for album, got it on vinyl, and I've got a T-shirt and a da-di-da. But I also got this, which is the cassette version of the album.
Okay, cassette version of Lana Del Rey.
Okay.
And I've also got, if I send this to you, you could actually put it on a raffle or something for everybody who signed up.
A cassette of Lana Del Rey as a raffle for everybody who signed up? Is he just trying? Can I just ask? We're going to go silent for a second, Alice. So you're not going to hear us, okay? Just mute the mics. Is he trying to palm off his old crap on us?
I think that's exactly what's trying.
I've got a load of crap in my house already.
I know.
I don't want any more crap.
We gave a load away, didn't we? In the
Well, exactly. Well, it's there. I'm hoping they forget about it because I don't want to. I can't be bothered to post it.
ravioli. I mean, you're insane.
Okay. Okay. Going live now. Hello, Alice. Hello, Alice. Sorry about that.
Can I deflect all this by showing you something brilliant?
He's come a long way from winning a round of Uno.
Hang on.
Here you go.
One of those
is it
little
the new one?
babies. One of those little babies.
Brilliant.
It's mine.
Do you know the name yet, Catherine?
Yeah, we've got a couple in the offing. The children think they're going to have a say. They're not. But I'm going to wait until I see the little face.
Yeah.
But I pretty much know what she I think is going to be called.
Have you heard the song?
How Willow might react? I suppose you don't yet. Because
She's not going to like it,
joy.
but she doesn't like anything.
It's a joy when you've got a cat and then you bring in other cat. The cat thinks, I got the next 15 years. What the fuck? What is this?
This stinks. And it's eating my food. We'll see. She's not going to like it, but I am going to rely on Jackson Galaxy pretty heavily.
Jackson Galaxy. Alistair, nice to talk to you. No, we don't want your tape. Thanks very much. Goodbye. The Brighton show is a step closer. Did you send me the remix files?
Of the first one, yes.
Of the first. You haven't done the second one yet. Okay.
I don't think I've had the second one yet.
Oh no, I
did the remix.
So thank you, Jordan, and thank you, Terry.
I remixed it so you could hear more of the crowd yesterday.
I thought I did.
You may have.
I thought I did. Your files were sent. What day is it today? The 5th. Yeah, I did.
Okay.
Yeah, I did. I sent you the Brighton Act 2. So
I got it.
So as soon as I've got that, I will put them on, start putting them, transferring them to cassette, and then we can put them up on the website. We didn't look at the website yesterday, the new website. And it's a joy. Matt, it's not quite finished, but it's getting close. And you can either go ianandcatherine.com or ianandcath.com. Is it going to work? Here we go. This is our new website, Ian and Catherine. What does it say? Blog, excuse me.
It does look like Blob.
So Patreon. So if you're a Patreon, you'll get stuff on here that no one else, you can't see if you're not Patreon. And there's our Patreon things. There's my Twitter. There's Catherine's Twitter.
Donuts.
And we can put other stuff. And what's going to happen is, this isn't here yet, but the store, because we got two shops. We've got the one that Scott does, and we've got our one. Can I ask what the remixing entails? Syncing two recorders and playing with levels and playing with... I tell you what it is, Hazy. We would record the live shows with two inputs. One was the microphones. And one was everything that went into the mixing desk of the venue directly back into the Zoom on one track. So that will be loud mics and very little audience. And the other one will be an ambient microphone that will just record the audience. And Catherine will mix those so that it sounds more like a live album. It's never going to be ideal because it's basically 2 tracks, and her mic and the computer and my mic are all on one track. Anyway, so that's what it entails. I can't do it. She can do it. So it sounds a little bit
Bit of compression, bit of normalising. Yeah, you have to sync up the 2 tracks, but also messing with the levels so that one doesn't overpower the other one. I've been doubling up some of the tracks just to make them a bit meatier. That kind of vibe. But a lot of it is just about listening to it and going, what does that sound better, worse, or the same?
So here,
I could mess about with that stuff all day.
IanandCatherine.com, you can get the podcasts. We've got video. This is all very early days. I've not been it. Matty's done all of this. There's Alistair.
Look at me, nearly blonde there.
Alistair, Matty's done all of this, and he's done a brilliant job. And then the shop is going to be integrated with Scott's shop and our shop, because before it was 2 separate. It was 2 separate stores, and it was kind of crazy. And the stuff comes from 2 different places, but Matty and Scott think they have worked out a way of having it all in one store. And the clothing, you'll buy it from our store, but it will kind of send you to Scott's once you buy it, and he will fulfill that order. And the kind of other stuff we will do. So soon, maybe by the end of the week, cassettes, and in fact, let me just.
Well, I can get all this done tomorrow because I'm going to do because obviously if there's no show tomorrow, Thursday.
No, I'm at college. Oh God, I'm at college.
So I can spend the day sorting out that second side of the cassette, and also I'm going to get those postcards done and sent out tomorrow.
Yes, and I've got to get. Have you got any boxes, or if you've got any boxes that would fit any
I've
of
got
that
loads
stuff?
of bloody boxes.
We'll bring them over and we'll send that stuff out tomorrow. To Friday.
All right.
Could have a section for the schedule. Great idea. Great idea. You can contact us. So, could have a section for the schedule. Any thoughts on a newsletter? Look at that. That's a great picture. You submit your message. Oh, and you can subscribe. There you go. Let me just move that bottom right, top left. There you go. You can contact us. Subscribe to our newsletter. So if you sign in there, I don't actually know where that goes. So, Matty will have to tell me. I don't know where.
None of this is live yet, though, is it?
I think it's live now.
What?
I think it's live.
Okay.
So I don't know where that goes. And we don't have access to this email yet either. Just saying. Just saying. Just saying. Just saying. Is it not live? Someone's saying it's not live. Maybe it isn't live. Anyway, I don't know. Who cares?
Anyway, soon on this show or something like it.
Let's play some.
I saw someone. It was Jilly, I think, made a comment earlier on talking about being shopaholic, and it was, don't talk about being a shopaholic. Here it is. Don't bring shopaholics into it, otherwise it's every woman on the planet. Brackets joking, right? I've been listening to a lot of Brene Brown recently, and she said something the other day, and it totally rings true for me. I told you the other week that I've been self-soothing with blouses, right, for quite a long time, right? I buy a lot of clothes.
Yeah.
I've stopped recently because I realised something. I've got too many clothes. But also, Brene Brown said, and it's a thing that is particularly about the way advertising works for women.
Yeah.
Women that feel less than buy more.
Women that feel less than buy more.
We're surrounded by advertising telling
Yep.
us that we're too old, we're too fat, we're too short, we're too not what this person is, who actually probably doesn't exist because they've been digitally manipulated.
You said digits.
Digitally
You said digitally.
manipulated.
You said digitally.
Digitally.
Okay, that's not what you said. Okay,
digitally
that's
manipulated.
fine, but you said
thanks for making me
digitally.
feel great about myself.
said
I'm going to buy
digitally.
myself a blouse. But people that feel less than buy more. Isn't that the truth, right? We're kind of programmed from being tiny to think that our happiness is derived from an
Of course.
external
Well, that's
place.
how capitalism, partly how capitalism works.
Exactly.
Is you have to buy. If everyone bought a phone and went, okay, I've got this phone now.
It works.
Then the whole system would collapse. They have to. New phone has to come out. Well, it used to be every 18 months. I think it's every year now. And you have to go, oh, this phone I've got, but that one Okay, another 1,000. Yeah, that's fine. And it has to, because that new phone is going to make you feel better.
Yeah.
And boy, oh boy, with jumping out of the Apple iPhone
Totally.
race was the best thing. And now I bought, I nearly fell into it again when I bought this phone, when my last one broke. And I bought a phone that was 300 quid, and it came and it was tiny. And I'm used to having a big phone now. And I went, well, for another 300 quid, I'll get the bigger version. And I ordered it. Suddenly I'm spending 600 quid on a phone. No, 150, 160 quid. And you could get cheaper, but I went 160 quid because it does everything I want it to do.
The phone thing is a
The
massive,
phone thing is nuts.
a massive emotional thing that they try. Do you remember the advert that used to be, are you ashamed of your phone? Ashamed of your phone? Ashamed of a thing that I use that has got nothing to do with anyone else, but they use that word, ashamed. And, multiply that by a lot of the advertising that surrounds us. Doesn't make you buy if you feel happy. That blew my mind.
When my man puts on blue stratos.
Also, if you ever had that feeling of having had a big old spend up, probably online after the year we've had, right, to try and kind of soothe and treat yourself, and it arrives and you go, it's just more stuff in it.
I have that all the time. I got into buying retro games, modded retro games that cost a fortune. And I sold a couple of them. And here's where my nuts thinking is, right? And this is not in any way not an invitation, Pete, saying I want it back. But I sold this modded GameCube that I bought for 400 quid. I sold it to Pete for 100 quid because I never used it. And then the last few weeks, because I'm not very happy, I'm thinking, oh God, I'd love that. I'd love to have that back. I wonder if I could. This is where my insane thinking is, and this is not a thing, Pete. So please don't think I'm doing a thing. My head is going, I wonder if I could buy it off him for 200 quid. I could buy it off him for 200 quid. And then I have a moment where I go, but you never played it. You never played it. And you've still got the modded N64, and you've still got the modded Dreamcast, and you've still got the Odroid, and you never play those.
And all those things, when you notice them sitting there unplayed with, fill you with shame and regret.
But my head goes, well, I should have just bought it. I should have kept it and just put it in a box in the garage. Okay, well, I could have done that. But I never played it. And my head's going, I really want to get that back. And it will come and I'll go, and it's nuts. And I'm doing the same thing now with a Kindle. I really want a Kindle. And I've talked myself into a great corner where I can justify a Kindle because at college books, no, man, no. I'm very aware, I'm very unhappy, I'm very anxious, very low self-esteem at the moment, and I'm worried about money. So to make myself feel better, I will spend lots of money.
And then you get it and open it and go, oh my God, there's 200 quid.
He says, now I know how much your brain wants it. I couldn't let it go for less than £1,000. The hole in my soul is not Kindle shaped, it's not GameCube shaped, it is love shaped.
Yeah, ain't it?
Okay. We just hit a point. We just hit a peak point there. Hit a peak point.
It's true. External stuff is never going to fill that hole in your soul.
In the soul.
There are other holes that can be filled with external stuff. That's your business.
That can be filled. Can be filled.
My spending goes right up when I'm unhappy. And I think we're a lot like that. And
there are better than a Kindle. Are there? Are there now?
Yeah, they're called books. You can write in them.
Yeah, I'm really into highlighting in books.
Yeah, I was going to say I like that when you can show me what you've what stood out to you. Yeah. Are you reading what I'm reading?
I think it's because you pulled a face. Is that what you're reading?
No.
What are you reading?
I find a good spooning and forking in bed helps, says Dory Lou.
Huh?
Another one? Talking about external stuff in your hole in your soul. Your soul, mate. Highlighting on Kindle is fab, though. Gives you a PDF of all your highlights, which I'm sure you refer to all the time, right?
I'm loving. I was brought up never to write in books.
Yeah,
and
me
now,
too.
And now I'm just highlighting.
I was right. I was brought up never to write in books or to bend the spine back. They all looked absolutely brand new.
Yeah.
Then I had a brilliant A-level English teacher who said, that book is yours. That book is yours now. Put notes in it, write in it, do what you want with it. It's yours to use.
If we get to our 350th patron today, if we get to our 350th, the last couple of people haven't wanted phone calls. They said, in fact, me offering them a phone call, I think it was a young woman called Alice,
Yes.
was the last one, has actually made them feel anxious. So I'm going to stop offering phone calls because I don't want people to...
Whereas other people have said, oh, I'm so disappointed that I missed out on the phone call.
I'm going to stop offering phone calls because I don't in any way want to make people anxious. But if we get to 350, we've done postcards, we've done phone calls. What can we offer for the 350th Patreon sign-up that's a little bit... Oh, we'll give them a cassette of Brighton. We'll give them a cassette of Brighton.
That'll make them feel better. The
Yeah.
cursed tape.
You'll get the cassette of Brighton if we can get to 350.
What's on the tape? Spooning and oh yes, a cassette.
We'll get to 300 if we get to, the Patreon is slowed down, obviously, with Big Rush at the start, and I'm not convinced it's going to win. No, not Lana Del Rey, Alistair. Fucking hell. I'm not convinced it's going to work. We talked about this. I don't want to get on maudlin. Anyway, so if we can get to 350, the 350th highlighted copy of a book of their choice, we'll get the cassette with a hand-designed cover of the Bootleg Brighton show that will only be available on cassette, certainly for the foreseeable. So get the Lynn Perry autobiography is going nowhere.
No, we need that.
We need that.
I mean, although last time we read it, it did go a little bit south, didn't it?
Well, the bit I read yesterday when we were talking about the Bible, chapter 7, was racist.
Was she still in Africa at that point? She had an African boyfriend.
No,
the one we read.
No, but but Bette Lynch.
Oh God.
Tricked her into thinking she'd had sex with a person of colour.
Oh my God.
Sure, I'd remember having sex with, her phrase, a big black man.
Oh my God.
It really is a different world. Apologies for if anyone's offended by that. Maybe I shouldn't have said that, but that's
what she said.
So yeah, if we get to 350, the 350th, we'll get the cassette of the Bootleg Brighton show. That's a push. That's a push to get that far. But let's see. I'm really worried it's not going to work.
I think a lot of people will only realise the difference it will make when we actually start saying, right, in 10 minutes we're going to close the door and we're doing the rest of the show behind the Patreon wall.
Let's record a quick thing for the podcast while we think on it. Right. Hello. Okay, you ready?
Yeah.
Hello, dear podcast listener. This is Ian Lee.
And I'm Catherine Boyle.
Exciting news. From July the 1st, we are moving the show, the Late Night Alternative, Ian and Catherine, whatever you want to call it, we are moving it to www.patreon.com/Ian and Catherine. IAIN and Catherine with a K. That is going to be the only way that you will get to hear this Best of Daily podcast. So if you want to watch the show, all of the show, you have to watch some of it for free, but if you want to watch all of the show and listen to the daily podcast, then go over to www.patreon.com/Ian and Catherine, IAIN and Catherine with a K, and have a look at the tiers.
Yeah, there are so many, right? From being someone who just chucks us a couple of quid, and that's great, and we'll love you, and we'll pray for you, and we'll think of you very, very fondly, to being someone who joins us for dinner on Zoom.
On Zoom. And we're sorry we're doing this. It's just the way that things are working out. We kind of, if we want to keep the show going, we're going to have to start charging a little bit. We appreciate your support. We hope you come with us. And if you don't, may the gods bless you. I nearly said God, but that would put some people off. Right, so that's one. And we're going to do a shorter one now.
Yeah.
So we're going to export you as MP3, and that goes there. And we call that Ian and Catherine Patreon Intro 1. Okie dokie. Just do a 20-second one, okay. Catherine.
Hello, I'm Catherine Boyle. Here's the deal. We need your help to be able to keep the show on the road. We're moving things to Patreon. www. You better help me out with this
How
address.
do you not know it? www.patreon.com/Ian and Catherine. IAIN and Catherine with a K. It's going to be the only way you'll be able to hear this podcast from July the 1st. Patreon.com/Ian and Catherine.
Sign up now.
That's it. On the 22nd. We can do another one.
Okay.
Why?
I was going to say sign up now. You won't get charged till then. I think we need to say that. Sign up now to show your support. You won't be charged until then.
July the 1st.
July the 1st.
Thank you. There we go. Get rid of that. What a team. What a team. Export. What a team. MP3. Ian and Catherine. Patreon intro short. I'll send those over to you. You start whacking those on the old potty pop.
Hey, James Abram. Welcome to Patreon.
Hey, James, baby, Patreon, yeah. Welcome.
Yeah, and I know that some people, times are tricky, and I know some people are holding out until we actually go. It really helps us to know that you are there. You won't be charged until July the 1st. So.
Here's the thing, if we don't get enough people, we
can't do it.
Genuinely going to have to go and look elsewhere for... I'm going to have to sell my house. It's the thing. So, it kind of helps. Remember Gatford totally didn't understand how it worked. Get everyone to sign up for the big one and they can reduce it. What?
No. That would ruin us. That would financially ruin us.
That's an insane thing to do. There we go.
So I understand, is the Twitch show ending, says Sam Mates Code, or we're just talking about the podcast? We are talking about the whole kit and caboodle.
It's from July the 1st. You'll be able to see the first hour of the show free, and we need to work out the schedule. We might tinker around with the schedule from July the 1st. But the first hour will be free. Then the rest of the show will be behind a paywall, probably on YouTube. And we're going to play... When is your birthday, Tomahawk? Prove it. And we are going to play around with YouTube and Twitch. I suspect it will end up being YouTube.
Yeah.
Because Twitch have been dickheads.
They're making it very hard for us to stay. Let's put it that way.
Ooh, baby. Yes, man. So, I kind of like the idea of it all. Night to Jim, mate. Congratulations. Happy birthday. I like the idea of it all being on YouTube, but I also don't want to piss on our Twitch people that find it. So we're going to play around. We're going to see which gets us the biggest audience and see what goes. But yeah, if you want the podcast, you want the full show, you've got to sign up to the Patreons. And also there's going to be loads of bonus podcasts, right? Loads of bonus book at bedtime. Okay, we're going to be doing a book at bedtime, a chapter a night, audiobook. We're also going to be analysing some of the classic literature as in discussion groups. We're also going to be critiquing some not so good books as well. Basically, there are going to be loads of podcasts about Lynn Perry's Secrets of the Street.
Basically, it's like Richard and Judy's book club, but good and sweary and at bedtime. How's that?
Focusing on. God damn you, Imani, focusing on that picture for Christ's sake.
It's a good picture.
It is a great picture. So, having spent the last year with Twitch people, I suspect a lot of them probably quite like being pissed. Oh, Pete, please.
Pete, come on.
Peter, you speak about yourself. Speak about yourself. So
that's the sitch.
That is the sitch. That's where we're at. Who wants to phone us up? We missed it. Okay, I don't click on links anymore, and I never have clicked on links.
Talking of links, do you want to have a look at that Prince thing I was trying to show you? Yesterday?
Yeah. No, I'm sorry because I shut you down with my negativity, and that was unfair.
It's all good.
What am I typing in? Prince?
Well, shall I retweet it and then you just use that?
Okie.
Let's do that, right?
Let's do that.
This is so good. They've quote tweet this one. I'm going to put, as I always do, this one. Prince, right? I kind of every look at that. Every now and again, I'm reminded.
Donna Dolenz is my queen.
Oh, Mandy, sad
Sorry,
news. That's show business.
Mickey Dolenz, his wife, is my queen.
Every now and again, I'm reminded of just how cool Prince was, right? And it's not even about necessarily the music, but I imagine being able to do anything as well as he could play the guitar, right? But also it's like the swagger, it's the confidence, the cockiness, but it's still charming. This, right, is a brilliant clip that a lot of Prince fans are into and a lot of non-Prince fans are into because he did it at the memorial concert for George Harrison, right?
I don't know if this is a memorial concert. This is not the memorial. This is
Rock Hall of Fame.
Rock and Roll Hall of Fame.
Right, so he's lined up with everyone. There's some big names out on stage. He owns it.
see no strings, says Mandy. Okay.
There are no strings.
No strings attached. There are strings. Well, okay, it just disappeared into another dimension.
Catching guy got it.
It just disappeared into another dimension. Okay. I feel inclined. I wonder if it's on here. I like videos of Pete Townsend getting angry.
Mm-hmm.
There's a great concert that came out. Townsend. Is there an H in end? I don't think there is. I think there is. Can't remember. There's a great concert.
Either is or there isn't, but you're right.
There's a great concert that came out. It's not great. It's a really bad concert. It's like the penultimate one they did with Keith Moon.
Gog says, imagine if that guitar just fell out of the sky onto Ian's house now.
No whispering to mods. We don't whisper to mods. You
Oh,
either
no.
share it on the phone call, in the chat, or you don't share it. With no whispering to my mods, please. Kilburn 77. And it's like the penultimate concert with Keith Moon, right? And they're filming it for the Kids Are Alright documentary, which I'm going to watch today. I haven't seen that for ages. Let me find The Kids Are Alright. That's a great movie. And so they filmed this concert because they want some recent concert footage. And it's flat as anything. And Pete Townsend is similar to me. The book got published. Before anyone says, oh, but the book actually got published. What about that book he was writing?
Yeah, he did
it got published. He's similar to me, and if something's going badly, he'll say it. And he's on stage going, this is a bit shit, isn't it? Sorry, everybody, it's a bit shit. Pete Townsend, what was it, Kilburn? And it's... Oh, here we go. Pete Townsend gets mad at a rowdy. That roadie. The whole thing is just flaccid. The whole thing is quite flaccid.
Dolce meanwhile continuing to rock.
Let's find. There's not the bit. There's a bit. Pete Townsend, Kilburn. Rubbish. I don't know what I'd type in. I don't know where it would be. If anyone knows. Okay. Well, let's try. But this is good as well. Abby Hoffman. I think this is at Woodstock. Abby Hoffman, who's like a yippie, I think, who's like a sort of political agitator, gets on stage,
Oh, mate.
I think Townsend kicks him in the balls. If you had a dating profile with your moustache and you were talking to this person and facial hair come up and they said they don't like facial hair, would you shave beforehand or not meet them? No, I wouldn't change.
They don't want to go out with you.
They don't go out with you. I wouldn't change. There we go.
I think this is a pile of shit while John Sinclair rots in prison.
I could dig it.
It might be all right. Then one more Who thing, right? The Who, and there's a concert where Keith Moon takes a load of horse tranquilizers, or maybe elephant tranquilizers, before the show. The Who, Keith Moon tranquilizers. It's an amazing moment in rock and roll, right? Here we go. And you see him collapse, but then something amazing happens, right?
Today is
So
the
good.
day. Start something new with GoDaddy
By
for
the
free.
way, we're not saying drugs are a great idea.
No, God, no.
By punching him in the stomach.
what Townsend does afterwards. Keithman falls asleep at the drums. But it's what happens next is one of the great moments in rock and roll.
Hang with us for about 3 weeks. We're just going to go revive our drummer by punching him in the stomach and giving him an edema. And he's out cold. I think he's gone and eaten something he shouldn't have eaten. It's your foreign food. Yeah, I'm afraid the horrible truth is that without him, we're not a group.
He's groggy but yet willing to play. And it's a mess. Drug addicts and alcoholics are a nightmare to work with.
Adultery.
He's still a bit sort of dodgy. But he'll be alright. Take a minute.
I think you've seen him collapse at the kick. It's a long time since I've seen that. Oh, I thought you saw him collapse. You don't see it.
You watched that?
Yeah, nightmare. Here we go. Maybe you do see him. There you go. There you go. He's out. He's out. There is a cool bit, I promise. None of this is cool. Townsend asked if there's anyone in the audience who can play the drums.
You're kidding me.
17-year-old kid gets up.
I just like to say, I'm serious now. Let's forget all the. He's not putting it on. He's he's had a slight touch of the. But he'll be all right. And I just like to thank you for waiting. I get that trouble. Can anybody play the drums? Can anybody play the drums? I mean somebody good.
19-year-old kid, Scott Halpin, gets up and plays. I think they only do like 3 songs or something, but look at this, yeah. It's amazing. Isn't it incredible? I've got goosebumps. The kid. At their peak. It's incredible, isn't it? I love that.
And so good.
I love it. Is that like you on the Danny Baker show? It is very similar.
Except that boy could play the drums.
Oh God, I couldn't play the drums.
But he had chutzpah.
Oh, maybe it's not on. I thought it was on YouTube.
I've seen it on here.
Danny Baker, Ian Lee drums. Maybe not. Maybe not. Is Scott Halpin dead as well? Oh my God.
You should be in bed.
You should be in bed. Maybe it's not on there. Oh well, these things come and go.
Flipping it, mate.
These things come and go. These things come and go. That's fine.
Oh, we nearly got drawn into Any Dream Will Do. There was a show.
Which is
is no, it's not that one. It's the Maria one that's controversial.
Oh my God, have you seen those clips?
Yes, I have.
Mm-hmm. And we need to test your chemistry. So what we're going to do is we're going to get John Barrowman to get really close up, and you're not supposed to flinch. And then he's going to stick his lips on you, and you're supposed to snog him back. Otherwise,
But they didn't know he was going to kiss them.
no.
But everyone knows.
There is one of them though that goes.
Oh yeah, yeah.
He's not having it at all.
Everyone knows that John Barrowman gets his big dick out.
It's been a thing for.
But it's not even a showbiz secret.
No.
Not everyone. A lot of people know that.
But that's the point, isn't it? That it was all, it's just a joke. It's just what John does. Yeah. Well, John shouldn't.
Let's get together and feel alright. If there's anything you want to watch that isn't this, feel free. Feel free. I've had too much coffee. I've got stomachache.
Do you want to stop?
No, I don't want to stop because I want to. You talk. I'm going to go for a pee-pee.
Nice, everyone. If you want to go for a pee-pee, now's the time.
George has found a way of getting out of this house, and I don't know how.
He's been knocking the door in, hasn't he?
No, but before that was locked. He can open the cat flap. It's the only way because all the windows are shut. He was out this morning when I called for breakfast, but I know he was in at night time. So he opens the cat flap.
Do your cats nibble at the cat flap turning switch thing? No. Mine does. She obviously knows that is the key to getting out.
George knows that if he punches it, it bounces, and then he can get his paw behind it and pull it open.
Unbelievable. These things, I think they're sentient. I think they might be sentient. Yeah, Titsalina. Everyone mentioned it in interviews for years. Eccleston was right about the Doctor Who set being toxic. Yeah. And, and you got portrayed as being a miserable sod for not being in on the gags. But yeah, Brown Eyes Dolly, that is... That's a thing that you'll find online recently. I don't know. Any news on your open appeal letter to Twitch via Twitter? Yeah, we took it down. We got a couple more months. And then we're going to have to re-look at everything. Anyway, will the Patreon show be mornings or evenings? At this point, we don't know. Absolutely
And we're
sure,
probably
are we?
I would imagine we'll play around with it. There was, I think, probably 2 morning, 1 evening. I think because mornings improve our life considerably, and it seems to be that there is an audience for mornings. But also, I think the evenings might create a different vibe. But evenings behind a paywall, ouch! That might be saucy.
Well, it'll be a lot. We're going to call it lock-in, right? So, which is what.
Hey, Mac 8, you just signed up as a patron. Thank you.
Which is what we're pitching it as. So you'll get sort of a 10-minute warning before we're about to close the door. We're hoping people will be enjoying themselves so much they want to join us. And as we say, there are various tiers on there. So have a look, see if there's anything that you fancy.
Welcome to our world.
Mm-hmm.
Welcome to our world.
But having spoken to a number of people about the way tiers are set, I'm told that we're offering quite a lot. There are some people who will offer you just goodwill for a £5.
I just don't think it's going to work.
Well, we'll see. It's shit or bust now, isn't it?
It really is. It really is. We deserve better treatment than this.
Well,
come on, BBC Oxford. You're just at the road from me. Come on, give me a gig. Come on. I do a great show on BBC. I'll do a great show for you, BBC.
They've all pulled up the drawbridge at the moment.
Yes, and I'm aware that being a white middle-aged guy is not. That's not what they are looking for, particularly at the BBC. And I'm not saying that as a criticism, because anyone who has listened to me will know that for a long time I've been calling for more diversity in radio. Initially women, but people of different ethnicities. And so I can't complain about that because it's the right thing to do.
It's been a closed shop for years. And before people start talking about box ticking, which I think is lazy, the box that's been ticked before was in your favour.
Yeah. And I have to accept, I have called for more diversity. And I'm not saying that the diversity issue is why I'm not getting work. I'm saying it's another factor in a big spreadsheet of factors. But it's a factor that actually I really, really agree with. And I am happy happy. I don't want to say I have to go along with it, but that implies kind of being dragged a bit. I am pleased it is happening.
Yeah.
And if that is one of the factors that is narrowing down my opportunities, then so be it. The playing field is still nowhere level, but hopefully it's heading towards a slightly leveler thing. It's still very much weighted in my favour. But I am bisexual, not heterosexual, and I do have mental health issues, ADHD and bipolar, so that should probably get me back.
And he has been on the telly, which certainly is a factor these days.
Biffo was saying a similar thing in a blog post this morning with a similar stance on both fronts. I don't quite understand. That's me being dumb. I don't quite understand how that. Could you explain more, please? Mac 8, thank you. But I think it's great that there is more diversity in radio. I would still really like to work in radio. Okay, then maybe I've got to work a little bit harder in trying to get that. Maybe I have to offer a little bit more. Fine, I'll work harder. Maybe it's over. It'll be a shame if it's over, because I think I'm quite good at it. I'm talking about me now, not you specifically, and not us as a team. Izzy's late. Right, Izzy, time her out for 3 minutes,
Basically,
please.
Izzy, we've all been sitting here twiddling our thumbs waiting for you to turn up.
Can we time Izzy out for 3 minutes, please? Because I want her to think about... Stop focusing on that. It thinks that picture is a face.
I think also from the point of view of a radio listener, if it's going to survive, there need to be different voices on there. I'm so bored of hearing a certain kind of person's take on everybody else's business. Let's hear from the people who were directly affected and stuff. That's what I'd love.
Yeah.
So many lazy phone-ins. Do you think this country's racist? Call me now. Come on.
Biff was also mentioning his struggles to get new projects off the ground in TV at the moment because of the shift towards diversity, which, like you, he's entirely... Thank you for the clarity, Pete. I like Mr. Biffo. I worried that I'd fallen out with him, because I did fall out with a friend of his who... I fell out with a friend of his, and I worried that he had fallen out with him. I fall out with everybody. Fallen out with Matt Allwright, Jim Davis...
You're not on your own in the falling out, you know.
Go on, who are you falling out with?
No, I'm just saying that you're not on your own. It's not just you pissing people off.
It takes two to fall out.
It takes two. And I think that's a lot of weight to carry around. Who cares?
I like those two men, and those two men don't like me anymore. I like those two men, and they don't like me. Jim, I make up. I don't know.
They've got their own stuff going on.
Exactly. All right. Well, Jim Davis, I think you're great. I'm sorry that I upset you. I make up it was around the Sonny and Shay stuff. I did overreact to that, and I've apologised to them via Twitter for what it's worth. But I understand I get it. They're his mates. I was rude about his mates.
The Smith says, I don't think it's the presenters. I think their creative rug is being pulled under them in the radio. No, it is the presenters. There is a very narrow field of play there. And it has been for years. There are some people who are going to be in a job until they die, and they get applauded for it. Shouldn't be about that. It should be about, conversations and stories and entertainment and all those other things.
Moomin, why you're being really weird, man? Matt Allwright with the biker guy that was being illegal on a moral legal show, but he didn't. You're saying that as though he had. I'm not wanting to defend Matt Allwright, but you're saying that as though he knew about it. He didn't know about it. So the guy that he did a TV show was breaking the law. What's that got to do with him? What's that got to do with him?
Are you responsible for your friend's behaviour?
Catherine breaks the law every single day, and I'm not going to tell you how.
Not been caught yet, though.
Exactly. It's nothing to do with me. Nothing to do with me.
It's not ironic, Moomin. It's life.
Don't forget, the 350th Patreon. We're over 300 now. The 350th Patreon is going to get the bootleg Brighton live show. We're going to sell them for, I think we're selling them for 20 quid because it's going to take a lot of work to get them made. You will get it for free. All you got to do is sign up to the Patreon. Simple as that. Okay, where people aren't phoning because they're dickheads, and that is absolutely...
Because do you know why?
Because we're too good.
No, well, yes, obviously. But this is a different kind of audience. People are doing other stuff at the same time.
Yeah.
You're working, or pretending to working.
I wonder if there's something we could... Did we ever finish the episode of The Hotel?
What, the bum episode? I think we did. Right, I'm going to nip to the loo.
But is this...
Because this is going to be...
Hot. The first one.
what was that? What was the... okay, you go. I'll find us something to watch.
Is that acceptable?
Yeah, go
Oh, yeah, let's have some of that.
Not that, but the one with the couple that were wanting to buy the
Place in
house-
Greece, isn't it?
Place in Greece, thank you.
One moment, please, everyone. I want to give you my full attention.
Oh. Oh, no, it's... No. Does anyone know where we can get Place in Greece, Series 1, episode, but that's full?
Coventry couple Brian
And that's sped up, look, because
plan
to
build
avoid
their
being
dream
thing.
holiday home in Crete with long-term friends Pete and Leslie Cardy. But the project has got off to a tricky
Thank you,
start.
Lewis. We
with
appreciate
disputes
it.
over what the final house should be.
Why do you have such a problem with it?
I don't want to watch the sped up version. What do you guys want to watch? What do you guys reckon? We're not watching Diana the Musical again. What do you guys want to watch? What do you guys want to watch? Hey, Beth, and hey, Graham Thompson Gold. Thank you. That is appreciated. Changing rooms. I think we did all of the changing rooms, didn't we? We did all of this. See if there's a changing rooms that we haven't done. Cop Rock. No. We finished Darts Players' Wives.
So if it was really dark and it's quite a high scene, if it was a dark scene as well, it would really make it feel.
Oh, this never gets tiresome. This Linda Barker's teapot disaster. This never gets.
Worst moment for me. Well, definitely the worst moment, and probably any designer on changing rooms has to be when I built a floating shelf unit 14 floors up in a flat in Wandsworth. It was to house a very beautiful collection of antique teapots, and the idea was this thing just was in the middle of the room. I mean, it was going to be absolutely great, and it should have looked wonderful, of course.
We'll play a bit of that. We'll play the guitar bit of that in a minute. That's a great shout. We won't play the whole thing, but the guitar bit.
But I mean, I'm painting such a great picture because, of course, the whole thing ended in complete disaster. Right, girls, this is what it's all about. This is our freestanding shelving unit.
Which shelf?
Shelves.
I thought you was supposed to be an expert.
Shut up!
Is that better? No.
Is it heavy?
Yes.
Good.
Oh, me arm.
Only seconds after finishing in Linda's room, disaster struck.
what point,
The added
Pam,
weight
is-
of all those books proved too much for the freestanding shelf.
Andy, you had one job.
Oh my God.
There's going to be tears.
No. That is all our teapots. Oh no.
I don't know, Andy. I think we just have to put our hands up on this one.
Oh, well, no! She's
Why is she putting her hands up? She didn't make it. He made it.
It was her idea, and it was a shit idea.
I don't believe this. Oh no, I'm crying now.
Girls.
It's the books. We shouldn't have put the books on.
Shouldn't have put anything on. It was a terrible idea. He just mouthed the F word.
Did he?
Yeah.
White girls.
Say it when he doesn't.
It's the books. We shouldn't have put the books on.
Jesus Christ, man.
I think you better go sit down and we better tidy this up.
The combination of 2 days' hard work and the shock of what had just happened hit Jane and Karen like a body blow.
I'm really sorry that I've put you under this stress, because it's nothing to do with you at all. You wanted a corner cabinet. I gave you a nice hanging modern...
Take the word nice out and take the word modern out. Put the word stupid and ugly.
Shelf, okay? It's not to do anything to do with you. It's my fault entirely, and I'm going to take responsibility for that. And I'm going to meet Clodagh and tell her exactly what's happened, okay? And I'm really sorry I've put you through this. I am so sorry, and I will take the rap.
And so it was time for Linda to deliver
became the whole show.
for the bad news to Clodagh.
Right.
Probably.
Billy is reminding me of there's a brilliant documentary, a black and white. There's a TV series that was only shown in London called 20th Century Box. It was Danny Baker. I remember used to watch it. It was on a Sunday afternoon. I remember watching it at my nan's, and it was great. But there was one episode that kind of became. Have we watched on here the video diary of the drummer, the kid? Have you watched that? Have you watched that?
Yes.
Okay,
yes.
we've seen that. All right. Danny Baker.
But that don't mean we can't watch it again. It's sublime.
Cardboard guitars. Here we go. This guy is brilliant. I think my friend Andy Kahn ended up knowing this guy. So this is a documentary, 20th Century Box. I think it's on an Iron Maiden box set now about heavy metal from about 81. I'm going to suggest 1980. Okay, here we go.
Heavy metal, what the pogo was to punk. And at the bandwagon, the mouthful of safety pins has given way to a recurring symbol of rock fantasy, the homemade imitation guitar. Loonhouse built his...
The homemade imitation guitar, and this guy is called Loonhouse.
The homemade imitation guitar.
The homemade imitation guitar.
Loonhouse built his first guitar in response to a challenge to decide the headbanger of the year.
Oh, look at that.
Still, this guy comes up to me and he says, you don't mind if I bring a Gibson body along? He hasn't got no strings or pickups or anything like that on it. He's just, body and a neck. So I go to him, bring what you bleeding like along, mate. Bring an orchestra if you like.
Bring what you bleeding like. Bring an orchestra if you like.
Still, anyhow, I got to thinking, this bloke's got the edge on me, he's got a guitar, this is going to stick in people's minds. So I thought to myself, make a cut out. So I got cut a bit of cardboard together, traced out the outline of the Flying V, and there it was. It started from there.
Why the Flying V, particularly?
Well, I only had a couple of days to do it. It was all straight lines, and it's easy to cut out.
I like Loonhouse.
Do you go into detail on him? I mean, stuff.
He looks like that fella from Goldie Looking Chain.
First of all, the first one, it was very rough, I cocked the neck up, the neck was too wide, the body wasn't big enough. On the latest one at the moment, I've got the neck right, I've got the body right, I've put a tremolo on it, I've put a couple of bits of sticky tape on it, brighten it up a bit, so from a distance it does look a bit like a real guitar,
From a distance, it does look a bit like a real guitar, a bit. Let's not get carried away.
Has he got frets on it?
Oh, no, I don't bother with frets, I think it's taking the piss a bit, really,
I don't bother with frets.
Detail takes the piss. Yeah, you're right.
It's taking the piss a little bit, actually. It looks a bit like a guitar.
When you put frets on it, you're making it look too much like a real guitar.
You're making it look too much like a real guitar.
He's doing it on purpose, making it look a little bit not like a guitar,
It's supposed to look like a guitar, but it's not really supposed to look like a real guitar.
It's supposed to look like a guitar, but not supposed to look like a real guitar.
Good, well...
Do you understand the concept I'm trying to achieve here?
Mission accomplished.
It's only supposed to be kind of like a Harlequin of a real guitar.
That's the phrase.
It's
only supposed to be like a Harlequin of a real guitar. I knew there was a phrase in it. I don't know.
It's not really supposed to look like a real guitar. It's only supposed to be kind of like a Harlequin of a real guitar.
Now, I'm going to put that on. I'm just going to put that no context. And my friend Andy Kahn will reply to that. It's only supposed to look like a Harlequin.
No, a guitar, not like a Harlequin of a real guitar.
It's only supposed to look like oh, hang on. Let's get this right.
It's a bit really, when you put frets on it, you're making it look too much like a real guitar. It's supposed to look like a guitar, but it's not really supposed to look like a real guitar. It's only supposed to be kind of like a Harlequin of a real guitar.
It's supposed to be kind of like
a Harlequin of a real guitar.
Beautiful.
This is I'm setting an Andy Kahn trap.
I don't know what he means by Harlequin, but I'm definitely using it in that way in future.
That's an Andy Kahn trap. Andy Kahn was a friend of mine, a lodger of mine, who ruined the season finale of, I think, season 5 of Lost, where he texted me before I'd seen the finale. I went, "Oh my God, I can't believe it's Locke in the box."
Thanks, Andy.
You know, just an image.
How many have you made?
I've got about 3 at home at the moment. I've got
3.
3. You made 3. Okay, you made 3. Okay.
I mean, I don't do it professionally, but I think I've probably made about 3 pretend guitars in my time.
You got on telly with 3 guitars.
I've got a V. I've got a twin neck V. I've got an inverted V, which I made specially.
Upside down,
which
isn't
is a bit of a flop, really. In all, I've made about half a dozen.
6.
Oh.
Progressively
half a dozen, surely.
But since '76, record sales overall have declined, and although the
marketing it like it's trend now, when
I think that's
I really like him.
So the video diary, is it on here? Video diary, Chris Drum, Chris Heavy Metal. This is just...
He was in Nottingham, wasn't he? Chris Needham.
Chris Needham. I went to a screening of this at the BFI.
I would go to a screening of it too.
Was
he there?
No, he refused. He was asked.
That's not who he is
and
now.
he very kindly, they read out a statement saying, "Thank you, appreciate it." From what I have heard, he is really embarrassed by it. And this is from 1992, video diary. A friend of mine did a video diary. BBC would give a video camera to people and they would film their lives and then they'd edit it. Record sales declined because everyone was at home making Harlequins. Well, this is a Harlequin of a show, I would
They were
suggest.
making Harlequins of records.
And so I think Chris feels that I think he's embarrassed by it, as you would be. He's like 16 when he's made this.
But don't you get to a point where, all right, when it's close, you're embarrassed by it, and the further
Now
on
onto
you
the
get, maybe you have your own
high-flying
kids,
world
you
of
might embrace it a bit more.
This was 20 years that I went to go
Loughborough.
to this.
And since Madonna couldn't make it, we're in bed with Chris Needham.
Oh, we just had a big dono. We just had
What?
Is that current thing?
No.
We just had a big dono. Let's have a little look. Sorry, it doesn't show up on our screens in the way that we would like it. You show up on our screens. Paul, put your hand in your pocket and play with your balls. You're giving us too much. We love you so much. You get signed up to Patreon as well recently.
Thank you,
Thank you,
Paul.
Paul. It's appreciated. It is appreciated. You can call while all this is going on. 0203 286 6370. Let's watch a little bit of.
Oh, yeah. Little did we know when these programmes were made, we thought it was just cheap telly, right?
No.
Little did we know, it's kind of the forerunner of YouTube.
Yeah.
Frank Sidebottom was right that everyone would end up with their own channel.
I remember Chris Seavey told me that, and I was like, yeah, whatever, man.
Because some of these were boring. But some of them were fascinating.
This. I remember watching this at the time, and then I remember like 5th generation. You at college, people would be passing around Texas Chainsaw Massacre, the Beatles live, and the Beatles live at Shea Stadium, and Chris Needham on VHS cassettes.
Didn't Adam Buxton get his break doing stuff like this?
On Takeover TV,
Yeah.
Adam and Joe, and that film director who made Scott Pilgrim. You know the one who the guy who followed me for a little while on Twitter and doesn't anymore. You know the guy. We watch some of this for a bit.
I'd love to watch
Hello there. You've seen In Bed with Madonna? Well, this is In Bed with Chris Needham. So there.
It's all about Little Brother.
My name's Chris Needham. I don't know if you actually know me. I've got a black and white Fender Stratocaster copy.
And I was kind of...
He's got a Harlequin. Oh, Harlequin.
I was in like a band, you know, not a heavy metal band, but so some of this guitar stuff. One of my favorite bits is the drummer does something shit and then goes, "Yeah, that's just trying something there."
He's trying to stretch out his embarrassment.
And I come in a lot for guitar strings and that.
Younger viewers will not recognise this, but what he's on there is a phone.
Katya, you're going to love this. You're going to love this, Katya. This is right up your Strasse.
Okay. And Well, I don't know where you're going to take this. At present, I'm putting a band together, right?
This is Spinal Tap is obviously this is better than Spinal Tap.
How do you play? Show me again.
You just go from what they want, what they think they're doing, to what they're actually doing.
When I was about 11, I was in a band, and we had a big fallout because someone bashed Fiona's guitar in the bedroom with a keyboard because it was quite a small.
What was your band called? Remind me.
Wow.
Ladies and gentlemen, would you please welcome to the stage, singing their song about ice creams, I think it is, if I remember correctly, it's Wow.
Running down the freeway, chasing all the ice cream, yo, we're wow. It went like that. But we also used to do covers, whatever was in the easy keyboard guitar, stroke guitar chord book. But yeah, there was a fallout, and it was nearly the end of WoW for a minute there when someone bashed Fiona's guitar. It was bad.
Team, we have to play some adverts. If you're a sub, you will not see the adverts. There will be no adverts from July the 1st if we remain on Twitch. There we go. And Skype is open.
Show me again. That just that bit. Yeah. That there. No. That there.
Then you just put your little finger
Did
on.
you do the tuning bit again?
No.
But I remember, having guitars, and you'd sit there and we wouldn't always carry our amps around, because even our little 15-watt amps were a pain. You couldn't carry it on your bicycle, so you'd have your guitar and you'd strum unplugged and with these electric guitars, and it would be fucking awful. But I loved it.
That was before you played Nirvana. Oh, they played a bit of Quo. Only a bit.
The bass hasn't got a bass, and the drummer hasn't got a drum kit. It's Martin, our bassist, Matt.
Martin Piggins on bass, ladies and gentlemen. Martin Piggins on bass.
Piggins, our bassist. Oh, he's meant.
Oh God, it just reminds me of being 15.
I've worked out 2 bars of this.
Dum 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 dum. Dum dum dum.
Except he can't play the bloody thing. I'm getting there.
Bass players never could when you're 15. They never could. It was always, look, we've got a band, we've got 2 guitars, we need a bass player. Do you want to be in or what? Yeah.
Getting there, he's getting there, he'll be there.
Katya's loving it. You call in Katya if you want to.
And he's also a potential singer for our band.
Oh, yes. No, I'm not.
Bongo says that there on bass is me, same age, same year.
You are.
No, I'm not singing.
You can't play that bloody thing, you're singing, Paul.
No.
It's a toss-up between playing that or singing. Because at the moment, I'm still going to have to sing.
Oh, you're going to have
Bloody fared worse than death, mate.
This is like, what's that film? And I interviewed them and the drummer was a dick. What's that film about that band? And they would do a guitar solo using a dildo.
What?
Well, it's a great film. It's a documentary about a heavy metal band that never quite made it. And then it turned out they didn't realise that they were, spoiler alert, they were huge. They didn't realise, but they were Anvil. Have you not seen Anvil?
No.
Oh, Anvil's a joy. There's this band, and they had a little bit of success and they didn't, and it's just the 2 of them. It's quite sad, and they work.
Is that not Searching for Sugar Man?
No, one of them works in like an abattoir or something, and they get invited to this festival in Japan, and it turns out they're massive in Japan, and they come out. Oh, it's making me emotional. They come out, and the whole film is about how their lives are shit, and they come out, and you see them come on stage, and there's 10,000 fans going mental for them. It is a brilliant, brilliant film. We should watch Anvil. The drummer's a dick. Lips, the guitarist, is a nice guy. I interviewed them, and the drummer was a dick. Let me take that back. He wasn't
having a great day.
He was a contrarian when I interviewed him, and it was tricky. I think he was annoyed with the film, actually, that the film kind of portrayed them in this way.
Oh.
Yeah, the drummer's called Rob Reiner, the guitarist is called Lips, and he plays his guitar with a big pink dildo.
Oh my God.
Anyway.
That's where I go and get educated, or meant to be. That's where I'm taking my A levels.
You know, in the 90s, they only made leather jackets in one size, and it was
too big. Have you got this bit in too big? Of course, sir.
Same with jeans, all too big. It's seeing young girls now wearing those jeans that we realise were awful. Although we did go through some permutations of awful after that. It's really a thing.
Katya said my friend's wife worked on that festival in Japan. Wow.
Oh.
But this is where I get educated. I was supposed to anyway.
Because at the moment, I'm still going to have to sing. Oh, man. Bloody fate worse than death, mate.
That's where I go and get educated, or meant to be. That's where I'm taking my A levels. Have a look at it. Go on. What do you think of that? Bit of promotion here, bit of promotion here.
B&B, doesn't it?
Look, deliverers only, no parking on this point. Watch this, chaps. Come on quick, Graham. Look at this, I'm parked beyond this point now. I could get into trouble here.
I'm not Graham.
No, right then, come on then, Greg.
It's so quotable. It's so quotable. But also, you got to remember, right, you didn't have mobile phones to film stuff. You didn't even have... A camera was still at this point, 1992.
It was your dad's. It was your dad's, and you were not allowed to touch it.
I remember we rented a camcorder from Rumbelows for £100 for the day. Me, Wayne, Malcolm, Matthew, and Duncan, and we all put in like 20 quid, and we rented it, and we made a film. I've got it somewhere.
Have you?
I have got it somewhere. I do worry that some of it might be a little bit racist, but I have got it somewhere. And you do that stuff. You do. Look at me. I'm on the camera, or you do that stuff.
My name is Greg Wilcox, and to me, really, it's it feels funny to be this side of the lens, as I'm the main cameraman and normally behind the other lens.
It does feel strange to be, but normally I'm behind, but I'm the cameraman. He's got the cameraman's hat on. I love this guy. I hope they're all happy and well.
Well, you could say, well, probably I am Chris's best friend. We have this understanding that not many friends have, is that we share our problems, if you like.
Yeah. That's one thing I must tell you about. If you've got spare lessons on, you're extremely bored. I mean, me being a good chap like I am, I'm always sort of done my homework and everything sort of finished while I'm doing my homework and that. So it leaves me nothing to do. And sometimes you get a lot of stick from teachers. You're going around and you can't win. It's annoying, to be perfectly honest. What are you expected to do about it, eh?
Bad.
It's not what you can do. So we spend the time doing stuff like this. This is okay. Not.
Missile truck. I was at college in 1992. I went down the ski jacket with a picture on the back route rather than the leather. Okay, good choice. Good choice.
We used to call them leather Trevors.
We
used to wear white socks.
I need this. I want this for our band. Danger of death. Keep out. That's us. Danger of death. Quite good. Greg found that amusing there.
It's nuts. Greg found that amusing there.
Greg found that amusing there. Onward. We're going up to English now. Look at this. Look at this. Look at that. Communicating through film. How? That was convenient.
Look at, I know it's college, but it's got the vibe of a school, 80s schools. And it's 90, but nothing changed from 1985 to about 2000. 80s schools.
Hey, communicating through porn. Through their humanities, but...
He's a teenage boy. Of course he's going to say communicating through porn.
Not going that way, because...
It's boring that way.
It's boring that way.
Back then you had to find porn in bushes.
Yeah.
Got my lesson. That's when my lesson's meant to be through there. My lesson's
I know exactly how that corridor smells, don't you?
Yeah.
Through there, so if I walk in there, I'm not going to get booked. Say hello to Mrs. Kelly.
Smile, Mrs. Kelly.
That's my English EAST.
I'd be standing at the end of the corridor. Can you hurry up and get out, please? Prefect. Can you hurry up and
That is,
get out,
come on.
please? Don't run.
That's my English language AS teacher, that is. She's quite nice, really. Even though she's a teacher. She's quite nice. She's quite understanding, I must admit. Sometimes I feel like I'm beating a dead horse. There's quite a good standard of art round here, I must admit that, but I'm nowhere near good that well.
I'm nowhere near good that well. There's quite a good standard of art around here, I must admit it, but I'm nowhere near good that well.
There's quite a good standard of art round here, I must admit that, but I'm nowhere near good that well. There he is, look, Mr. Taylor in his amazing shirt. Morning.
Just have a word with you a minute, please. Can I just have a word with you a minute, please?
Are you supposed to be filming?
Which one?
Switch it off a second.
Switch it off a second, I knew it! Busted.
See what happens? You can't go nowhere without somebody having a go at you. bloody annoying.
That's his origin story. That moment is his origin story when he gets the powers.
I get pissed off by it, to be frankly honest.
Fucking pissed off by it, to be frankly honest.
To be frank and to be honest, it says it a lot, doesn't it?
Still push you around. I mean, we don't have to be legally. We don't have to be here now at 16, but we're just suckers for punishment, I guess. Gluttons for punishment. But we come back, and some teachers still treat you like a kid, to be perfectly honest. They still look down on you and go, what do you think you're doing, boy, or what do you think you're doing, girl?
By the way, that's a great shot. Greg is working it. That is a great shot, isn't it?
Whatever.
Yeah, why has he got his guitar in his lap?
I watched the Susie Quattro documentary. She had a guitar for the whole thing. Why the hell not? It's like the Harley Quinn of an education. Here we go. just doing the thing. I've been in the music block. Doing that. In the music block. A block for music. Look at that. There's the moment. He's looking at it.
Something's going to get hit.
Is it? I mean, that one. Is it that one?
No. Oh no.
It's like Keith Moon on the Tranquilizers again.
But that's teenage life diluted. It's a Harlequin of teenage life.
Here we go.
He's got all the power, all the will, but just doesn't know what to do with it at this point.
Sam correctly says, someone give that guy a snare. You're absolutely right. Oh.
Oh, God, that haircut.
And what it is I'm putting together a band. We're putting together a band. At the moment, we're currently very limited resources.
Stair rails.
I mean, the Fender Stratocaster is not exactly a rock guitar, and we're doing some gigs are coming up. Would it be possible we could put a receipt on the guitars? We only want to borrow them, or some of the actual material, you see, but some of the actual guitars and the actual guitars themselves. I mean, my mate's not got a bass, he needs a bass, and I need a lead or a rhythm.
Why hasn't he got a bass of his own?
Only got a bass of his own, but he's only just learning, you see. Right. Yeah, he's only just learning. Just speed metal is just some of the most finest, fantastic musicianship you'll ever hear. To play an instrument that fast.
Talking fast, playing fast.
Got it. What?
Oh, just 92. So they would have been made in 91. So I was 17, 18. Both those ages in that year, but so this is, I'm kind of a couple of years ahead of this, but it just reminds, that bedroom, everything. You're right, evocative, everything.
Well, the miles too high, isn't it?
It's his brother.
What sort of relationship have you and your brother got?
Brilliant.
Yeah, is he a good brother?
Britain's youngest thrash metal fan.
The name of our band is Manslaughter.
Of course it is. Manslaughter. Terrible.
Manslaughter.
And we are predominantly heavy metal hard rock band with elements of this sort of music over here. That's called thrash. Who are your favourite groups?
Now, Katia, you'll know these bands because this is your genre, right?
This is your bag. This is your sack.
Manslaughter.
Oh no, Manslaughter. Sorry.
And the other famous groups. What other? You know, do you like AC/DC?
Yeah.
Iron Maiden, Sepultura.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, what's your favourite out of all those?
Quo.
The Quo. They're good at thrash.
Youth are a damned culture. A lot of us, are, not just me as a heavy metal fan, but youth as a whole. You'll meet that in some of my friends, and you'll see that in some of my friends sometimes. And
It's that he does that.
It's accentuated by the mullet.
Quo.
Youth are a damned culture.
Youth are a damned culture.
A lot of us, are, not just me as a heavy metal fan, but youth as a whole. You'll meet that in some of my friends, and you'll see that in some of my friends sometimes in this. You'll see how disparaging the youth or the state of youth that they can be, and perhaps you should learn from that. All you grown-ups and fogies and parents out there, all you old bastards out there should learn.
Bastards!
Billy says,
Tell us more and call me an old bastard.
Is there a Chris Needham follow-up? Not that I'm aware of, Hazy. Not that I'm aware of. If there is, then please let me know. If there's a second album, is what you're suggesting.
Something from this. That's what it is.
Everything he says is a meme waiting for someone to create. You're absolutely right. This is before memes, and because this would be it.
An object in teaching people or teaching the older generation to look at us every time and go, oh, youth of today do nothing but wrong or something like that, because I don't want to hear that, all right? If you don't like it, or if you don't like it, don't want to listen to it, don't like that, then just turn over now, because... If you're not prepared to listen to us, then you might as well not bother watching this at all, okay? Salmon over at last.
Salmon over at last.
Look, this is Loughborough, this is. This is Loughborough. And we are there.
I used to love. There used to be one of those in Slough where you press the buttons and the light would light up. God, we used to go and play. We used to go and play on it. Do you want to go and play on the map?
Oh,
you want to play on the light up
it was
map?
a big thing for us. Be able to press buttons and light things up.
This is like PlayStation 5.
How stupid! How are you supposed to know where you are? Oh no, red alert! Look what's going on! It's all exploding! It's a nuclear attack!
That's the 80s for you
Again,
guys.
Oh no! Nuclear attack soup!
That's because there isn't.
Nuclear attack soup! Did he say soup? I think he said soup. I'm going to open that window. When is that from? That's from 2009. There he is.
Oh,
That's from 2009. We'll save that. We'll save that for a rainy day. That's going to get saved for a rainy day. Thank you for that. Who posted that? Illogical Hell. Thank you. He did say soup. It's a nuclear attack soup.
delicious.
Nuclear attack! Oh no! Nuclear attack soup!
That's because there isn't one.
Friday the 22nd of November, please look
Christmas.
around us. All commercialised. All commercialised. You can't.
Christmas 1/1/30.
Nowhere. Yeah, it has. Must have done. There's no meaning to it at all now.
He's got some very old-fashioned views for such a young man, hasn't he?
There's the cup of warm soup says, regretting my username change now. Should have gone for nuclear attack soup. 16, and he's realised that Christmas has lost all of its meaning. There's a video of him on YouTube 12 years later. We'll have a look at that.
Why do people watch Neighbours? It's like the TV equivalent of a McDonald's meal, isn't it? Straight through.
And I like McDonald's.
That's why. I don't understand what all the fuss is about. I mean, what you get in it all the time. You get all the teenage morals in it. You got stuff about, oh, should I go out with him, her? You get rape, you get blowjobs, you get...
I don't remember that episode. Do you?
And coming up next on Neighbours, Charlene has to deal with giving Scott a blowjob. It's Neighbours.
I don't remember that at all. And I watched it twice a day.
Everything in there.
My friend Mackenzie Crook would, and I say the surname just so you know who I'm talking about, would watch Neighbours, the lunchtime one, and take note of every time they said, I think it was, would you like a cup of tea? And then record it, that bit. And he had like a 5 or 10 minute montage of them, would you like a cup of tea? And yet he wastes his time on that words or gummit shit.
Can't you think for yourselves? What do I want a suit for? I don't want a suit. You only have a suit for 2 reasons: getting married and dying in, or 1 reason because they're both the same sort of thing.
Whoa, edgy.
Oh God, this is much better than I remember.
Getting married and dying. We are all fed up with charity. We're absolutely fed up with charity.
And yet he's trying to get a base for free.
We're like scavengers.
Yeah, I need a lead or rhythm, and we need a bass and drums. Actually,
He hasn't got one. He hasn't got one because he's a beginner. Yeah.
Everywhere you turn. Oh, please lend us a quid, something like, give us a quid, something like that. Everywhere you turn. See? Put it away. That's good stuff, David. Good stuff, David. Bloody hell. Strange people. Mind if we do an interview on you? For you?
Do you mind if we do an interview on you? Then he corrects it to for you. Do you mind if we do an interview on you? For you?
Mind if we do an interview on you? For you?
Do it again.
Mind if we do an interview on you? For you?
Billy, I don't know that. If you can send me the link, that would be awesome. Thank you.
Mind if we do an interview on you? For you?
So.
Do you mind if I do an interview on you for you?
We're doing a survey. Yeah. About heavy metal music. Come on.
All 4 types of girl from the late 80s, early 90s. The 4 major types.
That one's me.
The 4 major types. The third one is the one that is the look that I went for, but they had absolutely zero interest.
We're doing a survey. Yeah. About
all 4 major
heavy
girl
metal
types.
music. Come on. Surprised me. Say it's brilliant, please.
Say it's brilliantly cool. It's brilliant.
You don't have to. What do you like listening to?
Stars. Oh God. Chart music.
Chart music. We're finished now. We're finished doing the shopping and everything, and now we're taking a break.
Negging.
Not pegging. Negging. Thank you, Hazy. I've copied that link. We probably won't watch it today, but we will watch it at some point. Just want to see where we are on the old advertisements. There we go. Don't forget, you can phone up if you want. 0203 286 637. Otherwise, we carry on.
And a Kit Kat or a Wimpy, whatever comes first. Look at that lovely stuff.
I bet there's about 1% meat in that.
Hey, vegetarians, cop this. Ha ha.
Just saying how crap McDonald's was.
That's
Wimpy. Fair enough.
Wimpy's more substantial, right?
Vegetarianism is all good and well.
This is,
Hold
this
on,
is gonna be
everyone.
great.
We're about to be told.
Here we go. He's the original edgelord.
He is.
Here we go.
Cop this. Ha ha. Vegetarianism is all good and well if you want to do that. But I don't see why I should have to stop eating meat. It doesn't bother my conscience. I need food to survive, right?
No one's asking you to stop meeting meat. I think you said meeting meat.
Meeting meat with your face.
No one has asked.
So I eat.
Good. It's just doing your Little Uns teacher.
If only he'd cover his mouth a little bit more.
That's what I eat. Oh, do you realise you're eating something dead there? Yes, I do, as a matter of fact. I'm enjoying it.
Oh, God.
Oh, Chris has got a YouTube channel?
I bet he has.
And he's been posting recently. That's
interesting.
New. That's new. We can reach out to him. I think he would say no.
If it was about this, yeah, for sure.
He's dead anyway.
I'm dead anyway. I've got porn in that.
Porn, yeah, that's what it is. Porn, not porn and chips.
Look at that porn.
Porn and chips, did he say? Did he say porn and chips?
Yes. That's what it is. Porn, not porn and chips.
Porn? Can I get some porn and chips, please? Thanks.
Look at that porn. Some porn in here. Porn. Get that air guitar in quick.
This is Katya. This is what Katya does.
As you may or may not know, I was going to do vocal.
Paul Greb Frost, he's the exiled vocalist. You can't see it on your screen. He's the exiled vocalist.
Greb.
He's been exiled. Greb it!
For this band, but fortunately I moved from the village.
Fortunately?
Unfortunately, I said.
Oh.
So.
Where's the original vocalist? He was like the original band lineup. Although
He's in touch with Chart Music Podcast about it, so he'll be up for talking. Oh, brilliant. All right, well, I'll reach out to him, Richard. Thank you for that.
we didn't have a name then and nothing. You've had some shit from round here, haven't you? Stopping round here.
Yeah, I've
got no end of shit.
Quite a lot of shit actually because of the music that I'm into.
And the way you look.
The way I look, the type of pet that I have,
which is a Rottweiler named
Pagan.
He's getting a lot of shit because of the way he looks, the music he likes, and the type of pet he has. Just remind me of the type of pet and the name of it, Catherine.
It's a Rottweiler named Pagan.
Okay, right. He's getting a lot of shit in the village about that.
This night, but we have a message. You thought you couldn't with us tonight, but we have a message from you on a live transatlantic link. Woof, 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 woof. Because I listen to stuff like that, it gives us a bad name. We are evil, and we will grow up, and we will be evil, and we will do evil things. That kind of shit gets me down.
Oh, he's going to do a hand gesture. I do apologise. That kind of shit gets me down. Where's this going?
Grow up, and we will be evil, and we will do evil things. That kind of shit gets me down. Fuck you. If you
Whoa! Christopher!
That kind of shit gets me down. Fuck you. Kath, you want to try it? It's very empowering.
That kind of shit gets me down. Fuck you.
It's just so gross.
And we will do evil things. That kind of shit gets me down. Fuck you if you think about that. Just get out of my kind of shit gets me down. Fuck you if you think about that.
Fuck you if you think about that. Fuck you
if
you think about that.
But you just presented me with that idea. It's not my fault if I follow your...
Fuck you if you think about that.
Okay, yeah, fair play.
That kind of shit gets me down. Fuck you if you think about that. Just get out of my fucking face now, alright? Do not bother me with that shit. I'm perfectly okay.
Yep, obviously.
So don't think about it. I'm fine, alright? It's more myself when I get bothered about problems that I cannot see, I have no earthly power over, that really irritate me. When I see stuff on the telly like, I don't know, people dying in other countries.
Other countries.
Yeah, but
Just
people
other
asking for charity in this country, scum.
Scavengers. They're scavengers.
Wars going off everywhere else. And things like that. And there's nothing I can earthly do.
I mean, he's making
in this situation.
You could give to charity.
He's making a good point. The world sucks, and we are powerless pretty much over those things. And he's got that at 16. I mean, he is. I'm not taking the piss now. He's genuinely being very wise. He's expressing it in a memey way.
But it makes you feel so helpless.
Yep.
When you need.
It's that existential crisis that you get as a teenager when you've gone from being a kid that everything is done for you. You're not quite an adult yet, which you perceive as being freedom, and of course we know it's not. It's that thing of you just don't. You're that age, you don't fit in. You have no influence over the world, but you're still treated like a child.
Or you feel the need to do something, but you just turn around and you say, look, what am I supposed to do? I'm only a 17-year-old kid, an 18-year-old kid, whatever. What can you do?
Look at this. See this. Come here. Come here.
Who did that?
This is some brilliant comment on this, and I'm prepared to agree with. Have you seen it? Look, I mean, it's just pushed bleeding people to death, isn't it, paying out for stuff like that? Oh, look, people with empty stomachs beg to differ. I mean, if the church is so good and great about things and charity and that, and God will save you, then why should they be bothering to save the flipping tower and to pay thousands and tens and thousands of pounds just to save that frigging tower there? Hey! Yeah, the rush. I didn't do it myself, but whoever did, I'd be proud to know them, I think. Whoever did that. Wish I'd thought of it myself. Bloody good, that is.
He doesn't give a shit, does he? He's honestly, Yeah. I'm hearing a lot of Twitter style antagonism. Really want someone to argue with him. Really want someone to argue with him.
Enough talk. Let's get some music, though, guys. Let's get some music.
That's it.
Backstreet Bad Boys, Big Time Dream.
We're about to hear a song, Crash Gang.
Sounds a lot
Crash
like
Gang. Here we go.
Sounds a lot like Yo Wow Wow.
Here we go. Let's have respect. Crash Gang. This is Crash Gang.
Backstreet Bad Boys, Big Time Dream.
Backstreet Bad Boys.
Oh yeah.
Big Time Dream.
Solid rocking noise like a killing machine.
Solid rocking noise like a killing machine.
Oh, okay. Gosh.
Born from the flames of a steel porch fire.
I mean, I was writing lyrics, not quite as metally as this, but the lyrics I was writing, well, as you know, I've got them.
Yours a bit more poetic and
Mine
romantic.
was very romantic.
Wistful.
Yeah.
Get stronger as we fly higher with a Crash Gang. And we're ready to rock with a Crash Gang. Time runs off the clock with a Crash.
We're the Crash Gang, we're ready to rock. We're the Crash Gang, time runs off the clock, and it does.
Crash Gang, no easy way out. Get your hands in the air and shout. Crash Gang.
This is where my nan lives. My nan lives here. Number 6. This is on Charles Street.
Or is she
So my nan's lives.
fringy?
Here she is. Hi, Nan.
D says, can I nominate this as the first show lip sync song, Crash Gang?
Say hello to her. I'm fishing tomorrow. Well, I'm taking it with me tomorrow.
You don't want his noise round there today. Not today.
She's worried about the fish.
That's a proper old nan. Probably not that old, but that's an old-fashioned nan.
I used to have a boyfriend in the sixth form and we used to go and see his nan at lunchtimes. Like, not for any, just to see his nan. And it was like that.
She was probably in her 60s, late 60s.
This one wasn't. She was proper old.
We've got fish for dead baits tomorrow for my pike in. We've got a load of herring. We've got 4 herring and 3 mackerel. And she's worried about them. That's what she's on about now. I'll pick them up tomorrow. 9:30. 10 o'clock-ish.
Not good enough.
Bye-bye.
Dox your nan. He has totally doxed.
And that was my nan. She's all right, really. She's going to be a bit cantankerous at times and a pain in the neck, but she's a good nan.
You dare say that to her face, young man?
This is my mate Catherine. She's all right, really. She can be a bit cantankerous and a pain in the neck, really, but she's all right.
But he said it bravely as he's away from the window. Don't mess with Nan.
Riverreek, Leicestershire. We're the Crash Gang. Ready to rock with the Crash Gang.
Morning.
I'm not entirely sure that Chris is actually a member.
Oh, breaking the law, breaking the law.
He's going to find out anyway.
Here we are, outside, on the River Eek.
What happened to that hat there?
I used to go fishing as a teenager.
I always wanted to.
Boring. I never knew how to set the weights. I can never do the weights properly.
Indulging in one of my favourite pastimes. Got the load down there. So you bring it through and you go, wee. Like that. And that's how you do it. Simple as that. Isn't that jolly?
I want to tell you out there that if you want to be green, then go ahead and do it, but don't push your ideals on me. I'm not want to hear anymore. It's falling on deaf ears.
Okay.
This is not about global warming. This is about the hole in the ozone layer.
Right.
That's what that was at this time.
Can we just remind ourselves? This is the tricky thing about being a teenager. He's angry that he can't do anything about the world, but he's pissed off that people are trying to do things about the world.
Exactly. 0203 286 6370 is the telephone.
People are dying in foreign countries, but don't ask me for charity because you're a scavenger. And don't try and do anything nice for the world because don't push your ideals on me.
Now, I'm telling you, I don't want to hear it anymore. It's just been overkilled. To be perfectly honest, there are times when I could just turn around and say to you, and I will say it now, look, you can burn this planet. It's your fault. With any luck, that we won't be having another generation, okay?
Screw those guys.
I don't want to hear it anymore.
Hope I die before I get old. It's that youthful thing. Fuck this. Nihilistic. Screw it.
All right? I'd rather have the planet burn and
But I will bring the fish round tomorrow, Grandma.
all you greens burnt with it than you preach onto me all the time, 24.
But notice, do you know? Look at his hand. He's not pointing. He's doing the metal sign. All you Greens preaching to me.
I've had the panic burn, and all you Greens burnt with it. Then you preach onto me all the time, 24 hours a day on the TV, in newspapers, in magazines. Now, particularly aimed
Also,
at
this, you know what this is? This body language pushing people down.
Right.
Because he feels powerless.
Yeah.
youths. Look, I'm sick of it. All right. Now, just give me a rest from it, okay? I can understand. Don't think I don't understand it.
He's got concern fatigue, is what he's got. The rest.
Indeed, there are solutions that I've come up with myself, but
Go on.
I don't see why I should try and share these ideas for the simple reason, impracticality, 1. 2, nobody's going to liable to listen to me.
But he has got solutions.
Yeah, he knows. He knows how it's done, but you don't want to hear it. I think the solution might
You go and you go tish, and then the bass guitar goes no, just go twang and then down the chord.
twang and then.
Hello.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Oh, wow, that's amazing. I'm in my studio. I've got like this super microphone and I should be working. I'm supposed to be I can't work this. I can't
Have you
stop
never
watching.
seen this before?
No, I've never watched this.
It's
really
magic,
amazing.
It's absolute magic.
It's like watching, because I got into metal in 1990. Because I was playing the piano before that, all into classical, which I still love, obviously. Yeah. But and then I don't know where to start. But this is like watching my life, and I don't know. I just wanted to say, do you remember in the Anvil movie where Tiziana, the manager, they need to take the train to somewhere, and she's spelling the name of it, and she's saying, oh yeah, S like Sodom, because of the name of the band.
That's all her references of metal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so we went with Roger. We went to the Curzon cinema.
Yeah.
Well, yes, cinema with his friend, and his friend is married to this Japanese lady who helped organize the festival. But I tell you something, when they were watching the movie, so Roger and his friend, at some point they both started crying because there's this really moving scene with the sister who gives money to them, to I don't know, is it the singer? To the singer. Anyway, it's very, very, very moving, and we were all in tears and stuff. It's just like,
It's like the Bros documentary, in that it can be watched on several levels. One is, look at these, it's a subspinal tap kind of thing, but the other level of that film, of Anvil. And I think this is why the drummer got so pissed off, because everyone was looking at the comedy aspect as opposed to the stuff that these guys have been doing it for like 20, 30 years. And they had a brief taste of success at the start and then nothing. But they kept going on, they kept going on, and they kept going on. And they believed that one day they would be big again. And it came true. It came true, and it's a story of perseverance, of success. Maybe we're Anvil now. Perseverance, of loneliness, of disappointment, rejection, but keeping on that path.
Yeah, I'll tell you something also, because my cousin, I actually got him into metal, not the contrary. So when I watched the band and the formation of the band, it's just like watching my cousin. I love it so much, But nowadays, my cousin is a brilliant guitarist, actually. But, he started with all these, well, he wasn't that good when he started, obviously. So, it's just, but everything, it's just like living my life again. brilliant.
I think a lot of
brilliant.
people of a certain age are particularly if you grew up in the 80s and 90s, are identifying with different aspects. The narrative, I imagine, follows more closely perhaps your life than it does mine, but I'm identifying with lots of it. And it just looks. I'd say I saw this at the BFI, and it was a joy.
I'll tell you what this says to me, right?
We were going to show it at the film club. We were going to show it,
and
but
we were going to approach him, and he wasn't up for it.
I think we struggled we got offered it, but we had to pay a lot of money to screen it. I think was the thing. That's why.
But here's what I'm seeing when I'm watching him, and he's talking 10 dozen everything. Boredom. It was bloody boring a lot of the time in the 1990s. There weren't the distractions. My kids have always got something. Like last night, my husband wanted to watch the TV. We've only got one, unusual for a lot of couples, but we've only got one TV. He wanted the TV, and the girl said, "But we won't have anything to do."
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
It's like,
Yeah.
and that's where creativity comes from. But they don't get to that
true.
point where they have to go and flipping play on a guitar and be crap for a long time.
See, you have to invent an app for boredom to bore people or something. I don't know.
Boredom's healthy. Boredom
It's
is
true.
usually
You need to
bored.
go through boredom to go, right, I'm not going to sit in this anymore. I'm going to do something else.
Yeah, but Cockbonger says 100% boring. You listen to music, you hung about with your mates, sometimes both, sometimes neither. It was boring being a teenager. Awful.
Yeah, you're not old enough to do anything fun. You think all the fun stuff is just around the corner, just within grasp, but not quite there yet.
How are you doing, Catty? Are you well?
Okay, I was actually gonna call, but probably not today. Maybe on Friday or something, just to explain to you. I'm really, really well. I'm really well because I sometimes talk about this on my Twitter feed. I've got chronic pain, right? And I've had that for years and years and years and years. And it really, it's something that I couldn't control. And I have never taken any medication for it because, do you know what they give you? They give you antidepressant, anti-convulsant, everything. But the type of pain that I've got can't be actually really touched by anything. If you want, it's neuropathic pain.
Right.
So it's like, imagine you've got your hands and like there are vices in there. It's tingling, it's burning, it's everything. And it really, the last year was really bad because I couldn't even touch my tools. And I'm an engraver. I need my hands, bloody hell, really. So it was really getting me down. And for some reason, I stumbled upon this documentary with Wim Hof, right?
Yeah.
And I thought, oh my God, this is amazing. And it's all got to do with breathing exercises and the cold, taking cold showers. And just like, I like a hot shower, so how do you do it? But I can do it all. I can control my pain. It's like I've got a new life, right? Wow. It really is, and I feel like I'm reborn or something. This sounds cheesy.
It doesn't. I've never heard you sound so. I don't know what the word is. I'm going to say upbeat. I've never heard you sound so upbeat.
I would say you sound elated.
Yeah.
I am. I did the exercises this morning. I took my shower, and I tell you something. Like I feel like the world is my oyster, and I want to learn so much about it. And I want everyone to try these exercises because it's just breathing. It's just air, and that's oh my God, that's it. It changed my life. It changed my life.
I'm so happy for you. That's brilliant news. It's brilliant. And can I just highlight, Katia, you've been calling me for what? I don't know, let's say 15 years. First call I've not taken the piss.
No, oh dear.
She's holding her breath there, waiting for it.
I'm not going to. It's the first call I've...
That's it. I can hear you now.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was saying, you've been calling me for 15 years, maybe longer, and this is the first call where I've not taken the piss on any level whatsoever.
Thank you. Thank you.
It's also the first time you've mentioned the chronic pain thing.
Yeah, I think so. I don't really go on about it because...
You haven't said it at all.
No, I haven't. It's something when you got it to the intensity that I can feel it, right? But it kind of it's at the center of everything, really. It's huge. It's really huge. because you wake up with it and you feel, oh my God, I've got this, and you go to bed with it, right? And you feel betrayed. You feel betrayed by your body because blooming hell, why am I suffering so much, right? What have I done wrong, or what am But now this is also different. It's so different. I want to climb mountains. I want to do that, But the energy is amazing. So if people want to try it, it's so simple. It's just trying it, the breathing exercises. Look up Wim Hof. And actually, Russell Brand did a documentary with him. Mm-hmm. And just do it, just a beginner's exercise, and see, maybe it won't do anything for you for the first 2 days or something, but I persevered with it, and after 2 weeks it's just like, well, that's it, I'm done.
I saw that documentary, and I think the stuff that is eye-catching about it, and obviously they have to use to get people interested, is the extreme stuff, the ice, plunging and all that stuff. But as you say, the basics, it sounds like, can have a massive impact.
It does. It's just that breathing and then taking a cold shower. I mean, everyone can do it unless you don't have access to water. I don't know, but that's it. But just that's all I've got to say. Really,
Thank you, Kathy. That's lovely. Lovely.
It's nice to hear you so
nice
happy.
To hear, yeah, it's a real joy and a boost. Take care of yourself. Get back. We're going to watch some more Chris Needham.
Yeah. Let's watch that. Okay. See you. Bye.
That was magic.
Yeah.
0203 286 6370. If you want to give us a call, let's have a little bit more of this guy.
I feel like lousy shit now.
After Katya's call.
He's so bored.
Yeah.
I've got to cheer up. It's the first time you've seen me like this on fucking videos. It's just sometimes today, looking at this video diary and trying to do this video diary, I looked at it and thought, why am I bothering? The van doesn't seem to be going anywhere from the practice you've seen today.
Can we get a link for the Patreon in the chat, by the way? Because from July the 1st, if you want to see the full show, you still see bits of it, the full show, you're going to need to go to our Patreon, patreon.com/Ian and Catherine. It's where you're going to get the podcasts. Don't apologise, Kat. It's where you're going to get to see the full show. Loads of extra podcasts, Zoom lunches, what we used to call the Tier 3 production meeting. It's our last Tier 3 production meeting this month, and then we're going to move it to the Patreon. It's dead simple. You look at all the different levels, you see what you can afford and what you want to pay for, and then you sign up, and we get a bigger percentage of the money than we would ever get here. And the 300, I think we've just crossed 300. So the 350th patron is gonna get a cassette of the bootleg of a horrible, cursed show we did in Brighton.
Yeah.
So sign up, because that could go today. So patreon.com/Ian, IAIN, and Catherine with a K.
Yeah.
That's where you go. Just put the link in the chat. That's where it's all gonna go.
I was going to say, the thing about Patreon is, and I know that there are a lot of demands on your time and money and stuff at the moment, and we get it. And if you can't afford it, there will be an hour free that you can watch of the show. We're doing this for survival, really. Our deal with Twitch is coming to an end. That's the main revenue stream gone. So we've had to look at a different way of doing it. So if you're even considering it, now is the time. And I know we've got a couple of months, and you won't be charged until July.
It doesn't really start till July the 1st. And we will be putting some stuff up there between now and July, just to say thank you.
But it's really handy for us to know that the support is there. So because this is the basket we're putting all our eggs in.
So thank you guys for that. Let's have a bit more of this.
Just sort of mess about. The input's there, the music we've played, and it just sounds crap to me. There's times when I can get really excited, but it's probably just the mood.
This is, by the way, the phone calls I make to Catherine at 10 o'clock at night.
Passover, there'll be another time I knock it. I think, oh great, we're getting somewhere, something like that. But I don't think I'm right suited for it,
Yeah.
What did he say?
I just don't think I don't think I'm suited for it, you know.
I don't think. I haven't got no fucking voice. We haven't got no fucking vocalist, in effect. I barely play the guitar. To be all honesty, we got a drummer who can't drum. He can't keep rhythm. Andy can't do that. We got a bassist and got a bass guitar. Kevin's our best fucking hope.
What about you brothers singing?
Very good.
Oh, look,
Yeah?
this is me.
Do you think he could improve on anything?
Well, just a bit.
This is the band session tonight. This is the band tonight. Me and him.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Hate song. Hate song.
This is a song about a girl and a boy falling in love and taking enjoy.
It's a song about a girl and a boy falling in love and taking in joy. Let's start the
Oh,
song.
this is nice. So far, so joyous.
Hazy love nights to look at a star. I feel sudden death from my guitar.
That was it. I feel sudden death from my guitar. Let's have that song again. Let's have that song again because there's just too much. There's too much in there.
Oh, he lulls us into a romantic dream.
Mandy, I would time you out if you weren't my queen. I feel sudden death from my guitar.
And him.
1, 2, 3, 4.
This is a song about a girl and a boy falling in love and taking in joy. Hazy love nights to look at a star. I feel sudden death from my guitar. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Okay, we don't need to know the rest of that, apparently. Oh, hello. What's happening here?
He feels sudden death from his guitar. Jane, girlfriend.
What have you been doing?
That's a surprise, isn't it?
I think you might be surprised to Jane.
What have you been doing with yourself then? Go on, tell us.
You're going to do an interview on her? To her? For her?
She's been working. She won't say anything. She feels dumb. You're not. You're not dumb. You can articulate yourself. Turn yourself into a lorry.
Oh, bless him.
Yeah, if you insist. Only if you say so, Chris. I don't really know. Ow!
Exactly. Head.
Sorry.
She don't want to be in your film, mate.
I don't think she wants to be in your bedroom.
That's for you.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, there. That's for you.
Who's that from? Who are these from?
Open up and see.
Oh, Chris. Thanks.
See, I'm a caring, kind, considerate person, not just a thrash metal fan.
You don't need anybody to care for you, really. Nobody really cares for anybody else.
Oh, come on.
You can't really say they do. I don't really say I care about Jane, but I wonder. I really do, or try to seem in the physical, mental sense of the word. I won't be telling you now I care for a lot, you can probably see that, but do I really?
I really care for a lot, you can really see that, but do I really? That's some thought.
I mean, that was a very passionate encounter that we saw there, yes.
In the physical, mental sense of the word. I won't be telling you now, I care for her a lot, you can probably see that, but do I really?
Care for a lot, you can probably say that, but do I really?
Well, it was simmering chemistry there, I think.
If I really cared for her, I wouldn't have to put her through no shit at all.
What shit is he putting through?
Everything will be fine, but that's not relationships, is it? There are always disagreements and that, and then you'd start to be on the way to a perfect world if you had no problems in relationships with anybody.
Is he talking about her giving him a slap in the...
I don't know.
Of course, a perfect world will never be achieved. Not in my lifetime or anybody else's.
It's teenagers, being a teen. I don't know if you were like it. I was like this. I was miserable. I
wasn't always miserable.
Well, he's not always miserable. When he's,
I was quite romantic.
When he's fishing, he's good. He's good.
I was quite romantic.
I'm sick of all this moral crap.
You're sick of what? Hang on.
I'm sick of all this moral crap.
Moral crap.
I should have to preach to you.
Stop preaching.
Morals affect me, you see. This is what comes being force-fed shit like this for years on end. I begin to become a moral preacher myself, and that's the last thing in the world I want.
Is that a snooker table in the kitchen?
Yeah, it's in the kitchen. Thank you. Have you never seen a tabletop snooker table? I've never seen one that big,
That's
but
massive.
yeah.
Legs like a trestle.
Oh, I think this. Yes, I did as well. I think someone's found some condoms in this.
What?
I can't believe that. I refuse to believe that.
Ask me what?
Ask you. Those certain things I had in my bedroom, Greg.
Yeah.
I don't believe this. This is a setup.
In the top drawer.
These are condoms, ladies and
As in the
gentlemen.
condoms, ladies and gentlemen.
Outside the house about that.
Did you fish them out of that top drawer and deliberately plant them on the floor of my bedroom?
No.
My mum found my condoms, and I got told off for considering safe sex.
Well, who did? Because Jane didn't, and you didn't, because you were the only one in there, and you and Jane were the only ones who knew we put it in there.
John. You try John, Maddie?
John didn't know he put them in there, did he?
Probably did.
Here's the thing. He's throwing Jane under the bus here with his little drama.
Yeah.
She's always been in your top drawers, mate.
Sod, my dad found out.
And?
He goes to me, I hope you're not messing about with Jane and that. I goes, no. And he goes, I think they were Greg's, which is true. They were yours. But you never used them. And I says, I think they were Greg's. Greg was going to use them the other night. Because he said it was an empty packet, so I wondered where they went. So I thought my brother might have... You had actually took them out of the drawer, just dropped the packet, took two with you.
None of this happened.
Or my brothers took them and used them for balloons or something.
Using for balloons or something.
It's a 7-year-old.
Yeah.
The crew we have in here is pop mostly by members of our band, of course, the drummer. Watch this. Watch this.
Oh, mate.
Hang on.
Go for it. Well done, lad. Great one, yeah. I should have done for it. That's why it didn't sound. Go for it. That's it, mate.
It doesn't seem, and I've said this before, as if this band is going to come together right. Which is going to make for one crap video diary. And this is beginning to bug me now as well. I'm sitting here talking to you, and you are hearing me whinge, and you're thinking, why doesn't he get off his arse and do something about it then?
It's the place where you go when you're going to do
Hello,
something
we're
about
out fishing again this morning. As you can see, it's a foggy day and a half, isn't it? Look at that. Shows you what sort of hardy constitution us anglers have. I mean, it's pretty damn hot out there. I mean, air chill temperatures must be about 0.
The air chill temperature.
What's out there? Hello. I've got a bike.
End of that rod go. What is it?
Grandma's tea sorted.
No, let's have a look. It's not a roach. It's a dace.
It's not a gudgeon.
Hang on, this will tell us. Yes, I have actually caught, viewers, a dace on a canal. A 1 ounce dace on a canal.
Is that good?
Just considering they live in fast water most of the time. There you are.
This one's old then. Look. Hey, viewers, look. And a beast
There you
fish.
are.
So that's how many? 8?
8. 3 different species, 8 fish. 3 perch, 4 gudgeon and a dace on a canal.
Fishing sorted.
Got it there. And print.
That's a good haul. Here we go.
That is our practice studio. Good, isn't it? Let's take a closer look, shall we? Look at this, look at this, look at this.
Not yet. I'm just going to nip in a second. There he is, the man himself. Here's Andrew. What interested you in our band then? Go on.
Well, So, myself more than anybody else, nobody to blame.
Oh, you didn't watch this, did you? We talked about doing this at a rabbit hole, and I showed you bits.
I've seen it.
Have you? Maybe we did watch it together then. Maybe we did.
It's just I'm a bit of an angry young man at times.
53 billion. That's a lot of deaths from then to the 6 billion people now. It's a lot. We lost about 45 billion people in the last 20 years. 30 years, excuse me. 30 years.
Yeah. And a lot
It
of
is
them
30 years.
a
Jesus.
lot of them are females who wanted to do it with him. That's a harlequin of a guitar, isn't it?
What's great is every time a bit of music comes up, Katya types in what it is or does the next lyric.
It's not my music that makes me think like this.
No?
I look at my posters around my room now and think, oh, you wouldn't think. Heavy metal, eh? That's it. That's to blame. That's what makes me think the way and feel the way it does. Worthless. This stuff is my lifeline. At times to reality.
So many lost.
My heart and soul.
Thank you, Izzy.
Make you wish
That's made up for you coming in late, that line. That is made up for it. Well done.
you could be like
So
some
we
of
missed
these.
you.
I've got a crummy voice and I can barely play guitar.
Oh, come
but
on,
if I
Chris.
learn, I show the commitment. One day I'm gonna make it. I'm gonna be like them.
The only problem I'm having at the moment is going to school, because I don't want to be in school. I want to be out with the band, either gigging or rehearsing or practicing.
We all do. I do.
Because I really want to turn around to school now and say, look, sorry, I just want to break this time and I want to be with my band. I want to be able to say, look, can we...
I want to say to school, look, I'm really sorry, I want to break this time. I want to be with my band.
I thought he was going to say,
Fuck you.
no,
Couldn't we
it's a
just
lot more reasonable.
have a month off with me and my band?
Cup of warm soup, cup of nuclear soup says the worst part is how blood-curdlingly relatable this is. There's a lot. If you, I don't know if it would apply if you're a different age, but I think if you were growing up in the 80s, 90s, this vibe is prevalent.
It's My Nothing. Thank you for this. It's a good reminder. It's My Nothing says, is your marriage at 17 not of the magnitude you'd imagined? Why not contact Gregorian Emerson Family Law Solicitors?
Get everybody, all the band members to have a month off. You, even the road crew, to have a month off.
Sorry, the who now? The road crew? You've got road crew?
Off.
You can have a month off at the end of July.
We could take a month off and we could go and do some serious practice. And we could get this all figured out. But with school kids, that's the problem.
That's
It's one
what's
of the
standing in the way of greatness.
That's the thing, though. It's the thing. You're an adult, but physically you're an adult, but societally, you're a little bit.
And literally, you're not.
You've got to overcome. Now, right there, next to me here, we have our bassist, Gavin with the trendy cat. Gavin, we've got to interview him, Gavin Skinner. There we go. As you can see.
Notice the embroidery on the cap.
Embroidery?
Is that Scott Bowks? What's going on there? 3 days, or is it 3 or 4 days to go until the gig?
You're about to get some Sweet Child.
He's all right on the drums.
Gavin doesn't think much to the stuff the band are doing because we're not managing to get the drumming together. It's not that. There's nothing wrong with them. Personally, we're all still good mates and that, but it's just...
Cock Bongo, it sucked being 16. It was also the greatest time ever. Yeah. Yeah, I get that. Sweet child, oh dear. Billy, you've been on top form recently, Billy. Carl, I want to come and hang out with you and hang out with Dan when we can. I miss you guys.
When I got to about 16 is when things started to turn around for me. It was 12 to about 15 that was awful for me. And worse for my mother.
Where are we?
getting us down. And the band think that Gav's butting in a bit because he's coming in and he's got such a high degree of musical talent, because Gav is such a good bassist at present, and he's also pretty good, he can drum as well, and he can also play guitar to an extremely high level. The band have all been played to this certain level. Gav comes in, you come in, who's actually been on camera now, he comes in and he says, well, I want you to play this sort of way, but we can't match that standard. It's not our problem.
Because he's too good.
Kick him out of the band.
Afraid, Gavin, I'm sorry about that and that, but that's what we all think as well. So I have nothing against.
Just marvel at that wonderful haircut.
The centre parting.
That is a great haircut. I could never get that. could never get it.
It's anyone personally. It's just it can be
Gavin
so
Skinner,
frustrating
new
at
bassist.
times when
It's called
like you
Mike
want to
Tell.
play a gig, you want to get somewhere, you know, nothing's happening. Like you feel like you're battling against everybody because I went in there and you thought, you know, great, we're gonna get some songs done. Like we're gonna play on Wednesday and we're gonna knock the crowd out. But I find that's not the case.
Manslaughter are due on stage in under 36 hours. Billy says, I've had 3 haircuts in my life. That was one of them. And we know how that story ended, Billy. And I respect you as a human being.
I was just thinking of a boy I was at school with who used to spend a lot of his time like straightening his hair like this. Like that. When he was talking to you, he was always very proud of it. I mean, nothing now, nothing at all.
Slash designed the Sweet Child O' Mine riff as a finger exercise. Thank you, Katia.
Guys, can you stop messing around?
2 twats on drums. 2 twats on drums.
Hang on a second. Hang on a second.
What it's with Andrew is he wants all of it.
It's the Trogs tape. You've heard, have I played you the Trogs? You've fucking done it. Maybe we'll play. Well, it's the Trogs.
Oh, it's
tape.
nothing. I've noticed that. You know.
What are you gonna say, Gav?
It's his drum kit. He wants.
No,
to play
hang on a
stage.
second.
What?
You just said something here. They're keeping him in the band. He's getting a better deal being in this band.
And if
A better deal being in this band.
you keep him in the band, he's going to expect to play.
Hang on a sec. That's what I'm saying. I don't want him in the band.
Oh, careful, because your coat's on a rusty nail.
Full stop. I have nothing against him personally.
I just don't want him in the band.
Just don't want him in the
With
band.
less than 36 hours to go to our first gig.
But come on, musically.
Yeah, I know.
It's going to hold us back.
No, that's not it. That's not
Huh?
it.
Another one?
That's not it, honey. No.
I wonder if he's any good at writing songs. Stop it, Andrew's on the phone.
Excuse me, Andrew's on the phone.
Hold on a minute. Say that again.
The neighbours have got a petition up.
Say that again.
You know petition?
Yeah.
The neighbours have got, all the neighbours around here have got a petition up.
To stop you drumming.
Yeah.
All the neighbours around here have got a petition to stop you drumming. Yeah.
I've been going for about 3 hours non-stop.
What we need is some conflict. Can we do like condoms and neighbours? Yeah, let's do that one.
Very good. And really late at night as well. Don't tell loads of people though, because no one around the school.
Yeah, I won't.
And then you've got to blow them away straight away. You want to say, look, we don't want you in it. It may sound, bad,
I suppose
but...
it's like, oh great, we're getting a band together. Let's get all the mates. And then you find out your mates can't play.
Yeah.
What do you think to
Thank you, Sam Littler.
Kevin and Gavin's guitaring?
Very good, actually.
Yeah.
Quite good.
It's now Tuesday morning. It is now officially the day before our gig. And boy are we in for some shit.
Exactly what the Beatles said before Shea Stadium. Exactly what they said. Boy, are we in for some shit.
Because at this rate, we're not going to be ready nowhere near.
Well, I would suggest,
Maybe,
instead of sitting there...
Waiting for neighbours to come on again and do like the blowjobs and that. Could you go and do some work?
You're going to turn around when you see this end bit, you're going to think, oh my...
Hang on, what's wrong with us?
We can't play.
Why?
This one.
We can't.
Says who?
Says us. We haven't got the standard.
No, hang on. We can play. We've got 3 songs done.
Fair enough. 3 songs does not make an entire set.
4.
It does if you're Sean Maguire coming to our college. I think you managed 2.
Just repeat the chorus.
Call it 5 and I might start believing it.
What do you think to this whole idea of Chris having this video? And has he got pissed off with it at times?
Nah.
No? He has.
I mean, I must probably sound as cliched as hell here now.
What?
There's a telephone table, guys. There's an actual telephone table.
Now, do you think he's got a phone address book? Or has he got one of them dial things?
Or has it got a little pot to put money in if you make a call? It's a phone table.
You ever think, oh great, there's another kid out there who's got problems, I've got problems too as well, don't you know? People probably write in and just seeing this and say, well, that kid's not the only one in the world with problems, etc, etc, etc. Well, yeah, I know. But...
Go on.
when you've got your own problems, you just think or feel that nobody else in the world has any more. You can't understand.
Skinny Bob says, what is this? It's too far into it to begin explaining.
It's the 90s. Welcome.
To be honest, I don't think anyone knows why he gets these depressions.
He's been depressed, walking off.
You know, he's got no reason to. I mean, he's got everything going for him. He's got his A-levels, he's got a girlfriend, he's got the band, this video diary. Basically, he's had a good life, and we just don't
He's had a good life. Time for it to come in.
see why he has these problems.
Could we just film you like walking down there, but could you make it quite clear you're pissed off?
Me, as you know, or know the sort of character I am, I'm not. And I never will be. I don't think scared of dying, because death comes to us all.
Here we go. Now we're going to get some heavy stuff.
Whatever. And we always suffer the consequences. I mean, there's nothing we can do. We're all going to die sooner or later. And this dream shocked me in its stark reality. I mean, it felt real. I mean, it felt as if I'd just been transported to another place, not that I was lying in my bed somewhere. What it was about was I was in the middle of my nightmare, and I could feel the wind whipping up around me, almost like I could feel this.
Okay, should you not be rehearsing for your gig that's in less than 24 hours?
No, we're going to reconstruct this nightmare, if that's all right.
And I walked through a gate, Raw Time Gate, and I thought, what's going on? And I realised that I was in a graveyard by now. And there was sort of this mist that clung on to me, and it felt horrible. A cold, clammy sort of mist. I've experienced mist before, but never one like this. I mean, like, it's stuck on me.
I've experienced mist before, but never one like kind of sticks on me.
That sounds familiar to me, that sticky mist.
All around me, made me feel just horrible.
Sticky mist.
And so I was walking through this graveyard, and then bam, out of nowhere, a fairly big gravestone appeared in front of me.
Got your name on it?
Big letters, here lies the body of Christopher Needham.
This never happened. This dream never happened.
No.
Born 14th of the 10th, 74.
Very precise dreams.
Died.
Too
something.
soon.
June 92. And I just stood there, and the next thing I
What
knew,
that's about. You need to practice for your gig.
I woke up and I was crying. And it upset me. I've never dreamed anything like that before.
Or ever.
Now, you know, we had a few beers and that, but beers never done that with me before. Not made me dream like that. Something made that dream, or nightmare as it were.
Yeah.
Okay, I don't know what that was about.
Segue there.
Here we go. The debut. That's a great band.
And Slam
I know how it feels now.
Feeling stressed, dear?
Yes.
She's taking it seriously.
No, the fifth years are coming in after the fourth year.
You're joking.
The fifth year's coming in after
Not
the
the
fourth
fifth
year's.
years,
No.
they're
You're joking.
It's not hard, it's not dangerous.
By the way, Katya, this is almost identical to the ending of Anvil. I think you'll spot some similarities.
There's no cost. I know it's the teachers.
Major trauma. We're going to sound awful.
Greg! You ready to go? You ready to rock?
Curtains are drawn because it's light outside. Look, it's light.
You ready to rock?
He's not playing the guitar. Certainly not on "You Shook Me All Night Long," which is the title of this song. He's not playing the guitar. All we've seen is him play the guitar.
Loving it.
The MCA warning, you know it. American thighs.
Pies?
Thighs, pies, or eyes? You decide. Knocking me out with those American thighs?
Is this an original
Pies
song? This isn't.
or
is it?
eyes?
Knocking me out with those American thighs. Taking more than my share. Heavy fun.
This is Katya. Sorry, Katya will know. Katya, is this a real song? Or is this a made-up one?
Isn't this you? Shook me all
Night long. She's okay. Who's that by? One of AC/DC. Thank you, guys.
She told me to come, but I was already there. Cause the walls start shaking, the earth was quaking, my mind was aching. You shook me all night long. Yeah, you shook me all night long. Had to come around to take another round. Now I'm back in the ring to take another.
They're not dreadful. They're not dreadful.
I'm not sure they need any guitars, just him in the drums.
Swing, cause the walls start shaking, the earth was quaking, my mind was aching, and we were making it a move. Shook me all night long. Yeah, you shook me all night long. There's a death.
I think is a shame, right? If he didn't have the footage of this, this would be in his memory as an absolute triumph.
This is great, man.
Shook me all night long. And your turn.
This is the best footage I've had for ages.
Katya says, "Oh no, someone's at the door." Katya, ignore it. He's getting to sing along. Someone's doing the line.
I said you shook me all night long. Yeah, you shook me.
It's going to be unbearable to them for the next year.
God, those stories of like you'd hear of like Paul McCartney or Adam Faith taking a guitar into the lunch canteen at school and girls screaming. Turns out it's true.
Yeah.
It turns out it's true.
It happened.
We are running by the bell in this school, and the bell has gone. I'm glad you enjoyed the show. We've got a dance lesson next, and that floor's got Coca-Cola on it.
We've got a dance lesson next, and that floor's got Coca-Cola on it.
The dance lesson would have been 3 girls, me and my mates, doing a coordinated dance to Enya's Sail Away.
If you intercut this footage, Sail Away, with these girls talking now with like the Bay City Rollers, take that. This would not be out of place in a documentary.
We are ruled by the bell.
So you saw it.
She that teacher said, "We are ruled by the bell."
We are ruled by the bell.
In it though.
We just had rock and roll.
So you saw it then? Oh dear me, I thought it went absolutely superb because really considering all the practice we have. The amount of practice we had this morning can be seen or counted upon the fingers of my left hand. None whatsoever. I don't know what it's going to sound like because I've not actually. I don't know what the hell it's going to sound like when you watch it. I don't know what it sounds like. You probably think it's a load of crap. But I thought, according to us, that's what we think. What we think counts. And I thought it went bloody brilliant. And I'm dead chuffed, and I'm absolutely knackered.
Ghost piss.
Flipping school. Oh, I don't believe this.
He said, "I don't believe this." Loughborough's cheapest demo studio.
Oh god.
It's called Beetroot. Beetroot.
That's actually pretty good.
Well, but the root bit doesn't make sense. The beat bit does. The root bit doesn't. The beat does. The root doesn't.
The root to the beat. But yeah, also a vegetable.
That old lady. Here we go.
Let's go in. Come on. Let's go. I've had enough of this.
Recent success, they decided to splash out on the cheapest of studio sessions.
Sod off. Or sue off. This is the epilogue. They should have ended at the concert, but we got an epilogue.
Take that drink. I'll go at this.
Yeah.
Well, let's.
When you're ready.
Yeah, it's just those odd words though. You put
We're going to record it. Hold on.
Right.
Okay. It is too late, though we see the light, so death evolves. But we need to fight, no direction, as we make a stand. Well, what's up? It is too late, though we see the light, so death evolves. No time waste, the people cry, as we destroy our place. Oh, did I get that? I cannot do anything about it, somebody else sing it. Basically, that was it. That was my programme. This has helped a great deal, but I can't do a video diary forever, can I?
Well, I wish you could.
And so, here I am.
People do.
Now, finishing it.
Hold on a sec.
Sam says,
I
"Mate, you're
forgot
gonna love
the
it when YouTube
words.
comes on."
Do it again. Just do it one more.
This bit I just genuinely needed to talk to you. To say, I don't know, I'm in a funny sort of mood now. It's just like the diary's sort of like virtually ended.
This is going to be a massive come down, isn't it?
And I guess I'm just feeling a bit hollow down here.
You've been feeling that all the way through it, but
It is too late, though we see the light, so death evolves. But we need to fight, no direction, as we make a stand, pawns of deception. We're all living.
oh, so good.
Shit. See what I mean? Sounds like it's been through it a couple of times on every American teen movie you've ever seen.
Yes, man.
But it happens, and it's true. And I hope if any of the older people out there are watching,
Oh, bastards.
they might just be able to respond to that and appreciate it. I'm sure we were all teenagers once. I'm sure we always will be.
No.
Some of us.
Press stop. It's a very noisy swallow.
Thank you very much. It's been a pleasure to be here.
Okay, I think we're done.
I appreciate your viewing.
Okay.
Now,
Don't make this awkward, Chris.
let's rock and roll.
Ah, he did it! There we go, there we go, there we go, there we go. I forgot about this. I forgot there's a video. What a journey.
It's too late. Don't see the light, so that the falls. But we need to fight, no direction. As we make our stand, points of deception. We're all living damned. Winning, only a losing game. Condemnation, and eternal shame. And perpetrate of a life to be. Passing judgment, but don't damn me. You think I care? Don't give a fuck. Won't get my share. Don't give a fuck. Becoming green. The world it dies. The truth I've seen. You're stinking.
That was some show. Arena Blackpool documentary 1989.
Oh.
Just give me a second.
Car picture goer.
And now. And what is this? The long-running Blackpool. Right. Okay, that's Friday night. We're done. I see that. Let's go from one musician to another musician, because I see that our friend we invited her on the show on Friday and then we didn't do it. Emma Grace guitar. Let's go and raid Emma Grace guitar.
If you enjoyed what we've just watched, this is completely different.
We invited her on the show and then we had to cancel because we were not